Sim, tudo certo? Vamos lá? Bom dia a todas.
Good
Bom
morning,
dia a
everyone.
todos. Sejam todos muito bem-vindos ao
Welcome
segundo dia
to
da
the
Pré
second day
Cop26, uma
of
iniciativa da
Pré
Secretaria Executiva de
Cop26 of
Cooperação para o
Executive
Desenvolvimento
Secretary
Sustentável
for
da Secretaria Municipal de
Sustainable
Relações
Development
Internacionais da Prefeitura
and
de
the
São Paulo,
Secretary of the
idealizada pelo
International
secretário
Relations,
executivo Carlos
done
Fernandes.
by Carlos
No dia de
Fernandes,
hoje
the Executive
teremos
Director.
6
Today
painéis
we shall have 6
com grande
panels
colaboração e
with great
contribuição de
collaboration
especialistas de
and
diversas áreas. Também
specialists of
agradecemos pelo dia de
several
ontem
areas, and I
o
thank
acesso
for
de mais de
yesterday the
800
access
pessoas
of
que
more
nos
than
acompanharam
800
através de
people
diferentes
that followed us
plataformas
in
pela
on
internet,
different
a todos que
platforms on
continuarem
internet,
acompanhando no dia de
and
hoje.
for those that
Teremos a
will
emissão
come
de
today,
certificado pós-evento
we will give you a
para conduzir
certificate
este
of
evento.
after event.
Neste primeiro
To
momento
conduct
do
this
painel,
event,
eu
this
convido o
panel,
assessor especial
I'm
da
calling
Secretaria
the
Municipal de
special
Relações Internacionais,
assessor
Francisco Castro,
Francisco
para compor
Castro
a mesa do nosso primeiro painel.
to
Sejam todos mais uma vez muito bem-vindos e
name
tenhamos
the
um
first
ótimo dia de
panel,
trabalho.
to make the table. The first panel, table.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everybody.
Mais uma vez bem-vindos.
Once more,
Eu queria te
welcome.
chamar para o nosso primeiro
I would
painel,
like to
da
call for the first
CB27,
panel
capitais
of
brasileiras buscando
CB27,
soluções para os desafios
Brazilian capitals
ambientais,
looking for
os
solutions
coordenadores
for
regionais,
environmental
secretário Carlos
challenges.
Ribeiro, do Recife,
Secretary Carlos Ribeiro from Recife,
secretário Antônio
Secretary Antonio Strosky.
Não sei se o secretário Antônio Strosky chegou.
I'm not sure if he has arrived already.
Chefe de gabinete da Secretaria de
Chief
Meio
of
Ambiente,
Cabinet
Rodrigo Ravena,
of Environment, Banana,
Ana Vrenck,
Rodrigo
coordenadora de
Ravena,
relações institucionais,
Anna
advocacy do IPE,
Menke,
nossa grande
Coordinator
parceira,
for Institutional Relationships and Advocacy,
secretário Luciano Paes, secretário de
Secretary
Mudanças Climáticas de Niterói,
for
convidado especial
Changes
hoje,
in Climate from Niterói,
e Lucas Padilha,
and
chefe de
Lucas
gabinete da
Padilha
Secretaria de
from
Meio Ambiente do
the
Rio de Janeiro.
Secretary from
Bem-vindos.
Rio de Janeiro. Welcome you all.
Podem sentar, por favor, fiquem à vontade. Nós temos um dos nossos assessores aqui que vai
One of
fazer uma
our
divulgação depois da fala de cada um dos
supporter
microfones.
will check all the
Mas acho que nós
microphones,
podemos começar com o
but I
secretário
believe
Carlos
we
Ribeiro,
can
por favor.
start with Mr. Carlos Ribeiro,
Ou,
Secretary.
melhor ainda, conversar com a
Or
Ana,
even
frente do
better
IPE.
than that, we'll start with Anna.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning.
Peço licença para vocês
I
sem máscara.
I'll speak without a mask because my voice is that strong as of our governor, Francisco. I would like to thank the invitation to be here for the sustainability program. It's an honor to be here today with such a selective table. Secretary Luciano, Chief of Cabinet Ravena, Secretary Luciano from Climate in Niterói, Chief of Cabinet Lúcio, and our dear Secretary from Carlos from Recife, and you all that are here this morning with us, in presence or virtually. Our theme of today, I would like to introduce a little bit about our city. Carlos Leite, great professor Carlos Leite, he said in an article recently published, as 19th century was for his, and 20th century for the nations, 21 undoubtedly is for the cities. And it's the city. The city is a great invention of the of humanity. It was there that we learned to use in the best way possible our resources getting into communities through cities. And now, as we are coming through century of the cities, we have a great opportunity to have this empowerment, to take this chance to transform our territories. And this power comes in a very special way because we can understand our autonomy for the federations seen in the Constitution of 78. We, as city, we are federated, as well as the union and the states. We can go through this path of knowledge of planning, sustainable planning, to have this autonomy. This is an important item. And how can we empower ourselves and the cities? And when I say we, I'm talking as a representative and a person that lives in a city and the territories, the states and the unions, they're abstract. People live in the territory. At the door, at the mayor, they come to ask for their big doubts. And if climate effects show us this with a lot of frequency, the cities have to give the first answer as the events start to come forward. And what's this? It's through compositions and arrangements of the people, of the actors in the sessions. And the City 7 is this case. So I would just like to point out about the CB27, the great contribution, but with São Paulo, extremely together and participating, and we will have this opportunity to talk about this subject further on. But I would like to point out also that the city is trying to become a green city more and more, and since the 90s, for a long time now. So that shows the concern of São Paulo to be congregated to these nets, not just C40, but also with CD27. I have here with me a small presentation, and I think this debate will be very rich. Just to have some data, I'm going to stand up here so we can have a better flexibility to talk. So what is CD27? It's the union of the 27 capitals plus the capital city. We are born, and I feel very comfortable to say part of clay, but I was in the condition of, through Belo Horizonte, of the construction of the forum of CB27. So I was in this since the beginning. So we are born in this conference for the United Nations into 2012 and 2020, and next year it will be a jubilee year because Rio de Janeiro will be the point, will be receiving this event. So we're doing this heating up for the CB27, and the objective is to empower us with coordinated action in interchange in urban issues and agencies. The governance developed by our coordinators. We have the regional ones, general coordination, and in partnership with the foundation, Prof. Juvenal, and we'll be listening to my great friend Ana Abril, that will talk also about this partnership. And will give this support to the forum. Next slide. There were 21 meetings, national meetings, and 6 regional ones, and in 23 capital cities in Brazil, and the technical visits and the international missions to follow up this experience. And throughout the years, almost 10 years, we accumulated 27 cities which were compromised with the Global Pact by the mayors about climate and energy with plans, 16 capitals with avoiding the greenhouse emissions, 12 capitals with plans, and 9 capitals with risk analysis which were reported. So the forum is doing its mission, which is to get in touch with everybody about this subject. Next slide, please. We work with groups, and the forum develops this in the cities. And 2021 we were working with the recovering of this, and it's totally necessary. This was the subject, and international cooperation will be the theme of 2022, and 2023 will be the innovation of this all. The meetings in 2021 had the objective to create this exchange among us. In July, we had another financial theme, October environmental licensing. In the next one will be in Rio. In December, we will talk about circular economy, which was discussed already. This year, I invite you all to see the forum site. It was redone this year, bringing very interesting elements. Also, Law Hub, the good contribution of the capitals and federal district, and this is certainly base for the research, not just for the capitals, but also the other cities, for the academic activities. So more and more it honors this space for exchanges. I think this was what I wanted to present. We are available through email and on the forum site. And this is my panoramic message. My colleagues will be more specific, but I would like to close my talk with this thought. What is this movement and why is this movement? All this movement comes so that we have actually cities that are for the people, together with the environment, more just and more sustainable effects. That's what we're working for, and we should never forget any of this. Cities constructed for people, to put together all the people and nature and spaces. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ana. It was perfect, your talk. This started our first panel, and I want to invite the Secretary Carlos Ribeiro from Recife. You have the floor, please. I also ask permission, giving support to the support. I'm going to talk without the mask, so to be more clear. And I salute everybody that are here. It's very interesting, this pre-COP event. And we'll debate this worldwide about climate and the alignment of the countries and the guidelines that we will see more and more critical and more aggravated by the climate changes. Hello, I just want to give my hello to all the secretaries, Ramena and Luciano from Niterói, also sister city and Rio de Janeiro, and all the people here presently and those on net. I'm going to show you what Recife is doing in reference to the climate changes. It seems to be a synchronism and at the same time a standard for behavior for all the cities that have the responsibility to take care of the climate, the future, the new generation. It's unbelievable the facts that we have seen. I'm going to present the city of Recife, but I guarantee, and we participate through many events, and everything that I'm going to present, I know it's good for São Paulo, Rio, and the great capitals, and initiatives, the work, all the fruit of all these partnerships and nets that are being done, these international agreements. Everything came from a same methodology and procedures. The municipal relationships and the international relationships, I point out a replay that was actually the seed that brought this discussion in the climate changes from the territories to the life of the people in the municipalities and cities, to see what's the impact on everybody. So, I mention all this because they are like products. Just to say something about Recife, which is the capital of the Northeast, 1.5 million inhabitants. It's a small city. It's 212 square kilometers. It's quite small, but it has a very interesting characteristics for the environment. We have almost 40% of the territory as a conservative unit. Not all are obviously in a situation of conservative, but it is very representative for our territory. We have to work a lot, like Wednesday, we approved the 21st plan of management. It's that instrument of managing for these areas. So the day before yesterday, we concluded the first plan. This is Recife, our city, and as I mentioned, this is what we have in common for the climate changes, because this net, we say CB27 is a challenge for the whole world. It starts in our city with our behavior, with our habits, and our steps. What we individually generate in residues, in waste. What's the habits, life habit. If we gather everybody's habit, we have enormous steps in the residues, waste. This big challenge for all to reduce the temperature in such a short time and so urgent. This is a compromise that we point out, a very big responsibility to achieve. Next, please.
Já pegando aí a fala de Ana, né? Todos nós, todos os secretários das capitais de todas as secretarias passamos por período de desenvolvimento, de amadurecimento, de conhecimento e de aprimoramento, de diagnóstico, de saber o que cada cidade tem. Então, nasceu de fato lá em 2013,
and it was born in 2003, and we are in São Paulo since 2009, since the 90s, so this is unimaginable what we achieved. So 2013, we did this, saw this climate change, and then we had international partnerships. We saw the documents with the greenhouse effect in all the cities, and we went through 2014 through a policy for climate changes and doing inventories. And then we did some other things, and then 2019, when Recife had an emergency for climate, and we did the international conference for climate changes, and at that time Recife decreed the emergency for the climate. Our situation was very critical. We'll see now here the vulnerability of Recife as a city. In 2020, we did plaque. Many other capitals also have this instrument. I'm going to show you what is it good for. Next, please. Next slide.
Enquanto não passa o próximo slide, eu acho que ele vai falar
If we don't come to the next slide, he's going to talk about plaque.
Por que o plaque, né?
Why plaque? Why do we have this document? Because it comes in a development moment for the diagnosis of the city. Because it goes, in fact, for goals and actions and indicators of what we have to reduce and which are the main elements diagnosed in the city that we have to face to reduce the gas emissions. So we have this plaque instrument. The slides did not move, but I'm continuing my talk. So this is to face this difficulty to get to the objective of reducing the gases. It has 4 main axes where you identify the greatest emissions, the waste, energy and resilience axis. In each one you have specific actions and goals quantifying the tons of carbon that are going to be reduced. The correct destination of the waste for the land, wasteland, so there it is the quantity of this component, reduction component that we're going to do.
Por exemplo, qual seria uma ação que o município faz para reduzir a emissão? Temos aqui em São Paulo e todas as capitais a implantação de ciclofaixas e ciclovias. Custo por transporte alternativo, a redução
of course will help, and the use of fossils has to be reduced.
Exatamente. Ele é caderno, de fato, como eu falei, produto, é uma entrega, um documento que a gente já tem palpável e temos o conteúdo dele. Como eu falei, Recife é a 16ª capital mais vulnerável, condições litorâneas, uma cidade quase abaixo do nível do mar, essa propensão aí para enchentes e secas também. Então, afetada dos dois lados. Quando chove é muito bom, mas também é horrível porque inunda tudo. Mas enfim, é a vulnerabilidade mesmo. Pode passar, por favor. Então é necessário o plaque. Né? Então, como eu falei, o plaque, com base naqueles diagnósticos, todos os inventários que são feitos aí, de 2 em 2 anos, a gente identifica os principais eixos de emissão e vamos atacar e propor aí ações para a gente fazer essa redução. Pode passar nos 4 eixos principais, né? Então, como eu falei, por exemplo, no eixo da energia, a gente tem lá as metas específicas com as ações. No final, o resultado que se espera com aquela meta, com aquele conjunto de ações, você reduzir lá para 2.650 mil toneladas de CO2. Então, nessa evolução e nesse amadurecimento de trabalhos de diagnóstico, a gente chegar isso aqui para a cidade é fantástico. A gente tem um horizonte aí até 2050 do que tem coisas para fazer.
Is the target. What does it mean?
Muitas vezes, né, conversando aqui com o Ravena e com os outros secretários, os municípios estão fazendo, sim, muitas coisas, muitas ações. O plantio de uma árvore, o cuidado com resíduos, uma educação ambiental que é feita na escola para orientar o comportamento de consumo individual. Isso aí são ações que são feitas, está aqui dentro dessas metas aqui do nosso plaque. Eu digo nosso porque
I say
São Paulo,
our
do Rio,
plaques
todos nós
because
somos
it's
como,
Rio de
como eu
Janeiro,
falei.
São Paulo, and
Pode
the
passar,
other
por
states
favor.
as well.
Os problemas são iguais,
Problems
todos
are
os
the
municípios,
same
né? Por mais que a
everywhere
gente
in
viaje,
every
a gente vá para o primeiro
municipality.
mundo,
We
vai ter
travel,
problemas muito
we go
parecidos
to
com a gente.
countries
Como
that
a Ana
are
falou,
so
né?
well developed
São
that they
problemas
have
locais que
problems.
acontecem no mundo
Local
inteiro.
problems, it happens
Então, quando a
everywhere
gente
in the
traz o
world.
nosso plaque,
When we bring
isso
the
aqui é a nossa
plaque,
estrutura da
it is
Prefeitura
our
de Recife, com
structure
todas
in
as
the
secretarias.
mayor of the City
Então,
Hall of
todas as
Recife.
secretarias
So
fazem algumas
every
ações.
secretariat has an
Muitas
action.
delas fazem mais do que
Some
10 ações,
secretariats
12,
have
13, 20
12,
ações,
30,
estão diretamente
20
relacionadas com a
actions
questão da emissão
related
e da
to
redução.
reduction
E o
of
que é
the
que a gente
emissions,
precisa
CO2
fazer
emissions. So
para
what do
fazer
we
esse
have to
acompanhamento?
do
A
to
gente tem que ter
follow up?
indicador,
We
a
have
gente
to
tem
have
que medir, a gente
indicators
precisa saber se
measuring,
essa ação que está
being
planejada e
aware
programada vai
what's
convergir aí
programmed
para
in
esse
the actions.
planejamento, né, de
Will
longo
the
prazo
actions
até
conversion
2050.
go up to
Então, é um desafio grande que a gente está com os
2050,
municípios
what is
pós-plaque,
expected?
depois do plaque, é
So
justamente,
after
pode
PAC,
passar, por favor,
before PAC.
é fazer esse
So it's
monitoramento,
doing
é
the
saber o que é
monitoring,
ação
knowing what's the action
correspondente, por exemplo, àquela meta de,
corresponding to,
por exemplo,
for
de
instance, the target
ciclovias e
concerning
ciclofaixas. Qual é a quantidade de
cycleways.
ciclovias e
What's
ciclofaixas que
the
eu vou ter que
amount that
implementar na
we
minha
have to
cidade
implement
para
in
eu
my
poder zerar?
city in
Então, eu
order
tenho
to
que ter
go
um
to
indicador, a
zero?
gente está
We have to
construindo
have the
isso, Ana. Então,
indicator.
hoje, com
We're
nossos
building
indicadores
that
das nossas ações do plaque
with the
construídas,
actions of
e vamos
plaque,
estar fazendo esse
and we're
monitoramento.
doing this
Será que se o
monitoring.
município lançar um
If the
programa ou lançar um
municipality
projeto aí,
has a
ele de fato
project,
vai convergir para
will in
um
fact
cenário desse de redução?
take to the
Então, é muito bom
reduction.
que tenha essa articulação,
Will it take
né,
to the
esse
reduction?
envolvimento, essa
That's
conversa com todas
involvement,
as outras
that's the
secretarias.
dialogue with other
Pode
secretariats.
passar, por favor. E o outro
Another
documento também
document that
real e
is
concreto que é desenvolvido, que estamos
concrete and
fazendo, esse
real
está em
that we are
desenvolvimento
doing,
ainda, que é o plano
we're
de
still
adaptação
developing.
setorial.
It's a sectorial
Pode até,
adaptation
no
plan.
início, causar
In the
confusões,
beginning,
né, Ana?
there will
Porque,
be
poxa, são dois instrumentos, mas
probably
eles
may
atacam
have some confusion,
situações um pouco
but
distintas. Por
they
exemplo,
are
o
not
plaque,
identical.
ele vai
The plaque
diretamente para ações
goes
de
directly
mitigação
to
de impacto.
mitigation
Ou
and
seja,
impact actions.
Uma bicicleta, eu sei exatamente o que ela vai reduzir. Então, vou mitigar
How much
o
it will
impacto que
reduce.
é a
So it's
emissão.
mitigating the
Aqui é
impact
uma
of the emission.
adaptação, né?
The other
Por isso que o
one,
nome
it's
dele
an
é plano de
adaptation.
adaptação.
That's why the
São
plan is
medidas
called
também que têm o
adaptation
mesmo
plan.
objetivo,
Same
mas elas não vão
objective,
mitigar.
but they do
Conhecer
not
o
mitigate.
setor,
They
propor
know
ações já dentro de uma
the
coisa
sector,
para
they
se
get
adaptar a uma
acquainted
realidade. Ele não é
to
tão
people
também
and things,
é um projeto que a
and
gente
it's
está
a
aí nessa
project
parceria
that
com
we
a
have
Ares, o
in
ICLEI, como eu
partnership
falei,
with
o
Ares,
Ricardo e o
ICLEI,
Ministério. Né? A
and
gente
the
está
ministry.
trabalhando nele
So we are
agora, estamos
working on it
construindo, pode
now,
passar, por favor.
building it.
Da mesma forma que
Same
o plaque
way
também ele
as
tem
plaque.
eixos
It
principais,
has main
4
axes,
eixos,
4 main
saneamento,
axes,
transformação urbana, mobilidade e
wastewater,
economia.
urban
Mais uma vez,
transformation,
uma leitura de quais seriam
economy,
esses
and
setores
others,
que a gente
and several
identifica
sectors
como
that we
sendo
identify
os
as
mais,
being the
digamos assim,
most
importantes para a
important
gente
ones
estudar e fazer
to
ações de
study and
adaptação.
have
Ele difere
adaptation
pouco do
actions.
plaque,
It's a
como eu
bit
falei,
different
né?
from
Aqui a gente
plaque,
está no
as I
cenário de
already
adaptação,
affirmed.
então tem ali uma
We're
transformação
adapting,
urbana que
we
a gente
have the
precisa.
urban
A
transformation,
economia, como a Ana falou, a importância
economy,
que a
as
gente
Anna
tem
has
de desenvolvimento de uma
mentioned,
economia sustentável, uma
a sustainable
economia circular.
economy,
Então,
circular
a adaptação
economy.
aí
That's
trabalha aí
adaptation,
dentro desse cenário.
working in this scenario.
A previsão de entrega nossa é
And,
março de 2020.
delivering
Pode passar,
things
por favor.
in March
Eu não tô, pode me falar do tempo aí,
2050.
se tem mais uns, quando tiver tempo. Aí, alguns objetivos
Some
do que é, né?
objectives,
Estratégia de
strategies
envolver atores,
involving
comunicação de
players,
empoderamento de
communication
cidadãos, né?
of empowering
Importante
the citizens.
dizer que
It's important to
esse tema da
say that
redução,
this
esse tema de
theme of
mudanças climáticas,
reduction,
ele é um
climate change,
papel do
the
poder
role
público, mas ele é
is
muito mais dos
with the
cidadãos,
public
né? Do
power,
engajamento,
but
né?
much more with the
Um papel
citizen
muito mais de
via the
integração da cidade, não é
engagement.
só a cidade de São Paulo.
Engagement
Eu
of
estava
the
conversando
city, it's
também
not
aqui nos
only São Paulo
bastidores, a
city.
importância
The
desse
importance
alinhamento com a
of
região
this
metropolitana e
alignment
os municípios de vizinhos.
with the
Não adianta nada
municipalities around.
eu lá em Recife,
I,
fazendo
in
sozinho a minha
Recife,
parte, se o município vizinho
were
faz, se São Paulo fizer e o dele
without
vizinho
the
não fizer.
help of
Precisa
São
de fato
Paulo and the
essa importância
neighbors
de
and
ter
the neighbors of Recife, everything.
auditório como o CD27,
You see, if you
troca de
have the
informações, agregar
CD27, we have to add
apesar de não ser
value.
capital, mas está aqui o Niterói
Okay,
também com as
it doesn't
mesmas
have to be
ações.
a capital.
Acho que o
Niterói is
objetivo
having good actions.
desses auditórios e desses
So
conselhos,
this
dessas reuniões de
forums,
secretários e
these
iniciativas.
meetings of secretariats, it's so
Sempre
important.
reforçando isso, né, Ana?
So
A
we
gente sempre
always
reforçando essa
reinforce that,
necessidade
don't
da gente
we,
estar
Anna?
insistindo
We
que temos que
insist
levar esse discurso,
that we
temos que
have to
compartilhar, agregar,
repeat the
trazer
same
outros
ideas,
entre outras
aggregating,
pessoas. Outra coisa
adding
aqui
value,
não está ligado nenhum
something
objetivo
that is
específico do
not
PLAC,
specifically with
mas
one
também foi uma
objective
necessidade
in
muito
plaque.
impulsionada pela Covid da gente
That
fazer a
when we
transformação
had
digital
COVID, we
da cidade para
considered
poder acompanhar
digital
as necessidades. Então
transformation
a gente tem
due to the
alguns portais
necessity.
que foram
We have some
aprimorados e
portals that
desenvolvidos,
have
como
been
Lama, a gente chama
improved.
Lama, mas é
We
um
call it
licenciamento ambiental
Lama,
agilizado,
is
licenciamento
environmental
digital.
licensing,
Tem
digital
portal da
licensing,
Capivaras, que ele é
Capivaras
a gente
portal
busca ali dentro dele
with
ter vários tipos de
several types
a gente
of
chama mapas ou são informações,
mapping
vou mostrar ele
with
mais rápido à frente,
information,
na frente. Tudo isso em questões de
all that
sustentabilidade. Vocês vão ver.
referring to
E o SIG Caju,
sustainability.
que trata especificamente
And
da
the Recife
arborização
Caju,
urbana. Ele é
that
caju
is
o nome
about
porque caju é a
urban
árvore símbolo da nossa cidade.
sustainability.
Pode passar,
Caju is the symbol of our city. The tree, Caju tree, is the symbol of our city.
Falando aí de uma funcionalidade do
That's
Lama, que é o licenciamento
from where we
ambiental
have cashew
agilizado, nós
nut.
conseguimos fazer uma coisa que já era muito pedida
So
pela sociedade
what's
e pelos
required
empreendedores.
by the
ter a
society
informação
entrepreneurship
imediata
is
e
having
direta do local onde eu
immediately
quero empreender
information
ou
where
quero
I
estudar.
want to
Isso foi o que
study
nós
and
fizemos.
work. What
Pelo
have
menos
we
isso a
done?
gente conseguiu fazer
And we are
exclusivamente na área
able to
ambiental. Vamos
do
ver se
in the
as outras
environmental
secretarias
area.
pegam exemplo.
Let us
É trazer
see if
todas
the
as
other
informações,
secretariats will
base
do
legal,
the same, bringing
informações de
all
plano
the
diretor, lei de
legal
ocupação do
information,
solo,
use of
APP,
soil,
SSA, Código
APP,
Florestal, trazer
SSA,
todas essas
bring all the
informações
information
para dentro
required
do lote.
to
Então, qualquer
the
pessoa que
set
queira hoje
of
ter
information.
informações sobre
So
empreender,
if you
sobre,
need any information
seja a questão
about
de pesquisa, alguma
entrepreneurship,
coisa, faz o
research, or
clique no lote,
etc., you go to the
lote oficial
set,
da
the
cidade,
lot,
sai todas as
LOT,
informações
and you
imediatas
get
do
there.
que
There's
teve
all the
implicação
information you
ambiental dentro da
require
área. É um
concerning
instrumento
transformation
tanto importante
in the
para o
environmental
analista, que vai
area.
ter uma
It's
tranquilidade,
important
uma
for the
facilidade, uma
analyst
rapidez muito maior de
to be
analisar,
quicker,
como qualquer outro cidadão,
or any other
empreendedor,
citizen
empresa que queira
or company
empreender
that
também.
wants
Então,
to know
foi
the
muito bom
information.
fazer. Temos um manual, é só acessar a
There is
página,
a
vocês
manual,
podem
and you
brincar
go
com
to
eles
the
e
page
fazer
you wanted.
pesquisas.
Just try it.
Pode passar,
Visit the
por
web.
favor. A outra, como eu falei, é o Caju, né,
The
o
other one
aplicativo.
is the
Até
Caju,
então, Recife não
the app.
tinha conhecimento
Recife
da
did
sua
not
arborização
have
urbana.
any
Hoje nós
exact
conseguimos, na primeira
knowledge
etapa,
about
fazer
the
com
urban
informações
arborization.
e
Nowadays we do
sobreposições de
have
banco de
it.
dados, ter a
We
leitura
have
do
that
que
in
é a
our
nossa arborização
database.
urbana.
We can
A gente tem
say
hoje a
exactly how
estimativa
much
de
we have,
274 mil árvores na cidade. Ele pode ser usado pelo
274,000
aplicativo
trees.
por tudo. O importante
You
dele é que a
can
gente tenha
access that
a
information
possibilidade de fazer o
have the
planejamento,
possibility
indicação
of
de áreas
doing the
potenciais de
planning
plantio e evoluir
concerning
também para
plantation,
um programa de manutenção mais específico.
seed, and we
Você
can go to the
programar o que
maintenance
tem, a
plan
gente
as
tinha
well.
conhecimento. Vamos partir,
So,
espero que a gente consiga fazer
hope we can
para o
do
inventário dessas
the
árvores.
inventory of the
A gente tem a
trees.
informação,
We
mas a gente
have
precisa
information,
inventariar
but we have to
cada
do the
árvore.
inventory.
O que é
Each
cada árvore
tree.
dessa? Quem
What
é? Qual é a espécie?
is it? What
Ela
the
está com
species?
algum impacto?
Is
Ela
there
está
any
doente? Ela
impact?
está inclinada? Ela está
Is it
interferindo em
sick?
equipamento
Is it
público, em
bending?
fiação, tal. Fazer
What
o
is
diagnóstico
it?
de
Is
cada
it
uma.
interfering with
Essa
wires,
é a 74
electricity wires?
árvores,
Secretário,
mas-
um minutinho, por favor.
Pois não. Por favor, pode passar.
So,
E o que eu falei, o capivara. O capivara ele tem
Capivara
6
has
mapas temáticos.
6
A intenção
maps,
tanto do
thematic
portal
maps.
Caju
The
é ser
intention is
interativo,
Caju
também, aqui também interativo.
is the
Ou
same
seja, o cidadão
interaction.
que
The
quiser mandar
citizen
para nós uma foto
knowing
da árvore, ele registra
more
aquilo dali
about
também
the
no aplicativo,
tree
manda
is
para a gente
just
a observação e a gente vai
accessing
construindo
via the app,
ele de forma
the web.
não é,
So
participativa e
we
colaborativa. Da
build
mesma
the
forma que
cooperation
o portal
participation.
Capivara com 6
Portal Capivara,
mapas
the same
temáticos que a gente vai lá
6
falar, por
thematic
exemplo,
maps.
em
For
infraestrutura
instance,
sustentável. Vou botar lá
infrastructures,
todas as informações
sustainable
da cidade,
infrastructure. I
que é que
have
tem de
all the
ciclovia,
information
o que
where
vai
we
ter lá
have
de-
the
em
cycle
outro
bikes,
espaço. Onde é
and
que tem
where
painéis
do
solares
we
na
have
cidade? Onde é
solar
que tem reuso de água? Onde é que
panels,
tem, enfim,
reuse
qualquer
of
outra estrutura
waters, any other structures
para a questão
concerning
da
the
sustentabilidade. Da mesma forma, ele
sustainability.
também ser
Same
integrado, as
way,
pessoas podem trazer
we
informações,
have everything
biodiversidade também.
integrated,
Eu vi
biodiversity,
uma onça
information
lá na
about
mata,
it.
não sei de onde.
And
Bota lá,
also,
registra,
if you
tem
have wild
espaço para você
animals
botar essa
in the
informação.
forest, we
Planta em
have that
extinção,
information
espécie
as
em
well.
extinção lá dentro de uma mata de
Species in
incêndio.
extinction
Informa lá,
disappearing.
registra. A gente vai
There you
construindo
have it.
junto
The
esses
recording
portais
is there.
dessas informações.
So it's a
Pode
portal
passar.
of information
Eu
as
acho que
well.
acabou.
I think it's
Acabou.
over.
Obrigado a todos.
Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, secretário.
Thank you very
pela
much,
apresentação.
Secretary, for your
Gostaria
presentation.
de convidar
I would
agora
like to
filho de
invite
São Paulo, mas
now
está cedido
a
por Rio, Lucas
person in São
Padilha,
Paulo
chefe de
that is
gabinete
working
de
in
meio
Rio,
ambiente,
Lucas
da
Padilha,
cidade do Rio de Janeiro.
head of the Bureau of Environment in Rio de Janeiro.
Tá ligado? Agora foi. Francisco, é um prazer enorme estar aqui
It's
em
a
São
pleasure
Paulo
to
com
be
os
here in
colegas
São Paulo
do
with my
CB27.
colleagues.
Eu sou de São
I
Paulo
am
e trabalho no Rio de
from São
Janeiro.
Paulo, but I
Eu
work
também
in
sou
Rio de
outra
Janeiro
coisa que
now.
deve ser
There's
interessante para a
something
grande parte
more
aqui desse
that I
público.
do.
Eu sou jovem.
I am young.
Eu tenho perspectiva
And I
da
have
emergência climática,
perspectives
como tem os nossos colegas aqui.
concerning
Carlos acabou de fazer uma
climate
apresentação muito
change.
interessante
Carlos
sobre os
presented very
instrumentos que as
interesting,
cidades têm
in
que
a way that's very
desenvolver
interesting, the
para
instruments
tratar
and
da
tools
adaptação,
that we have to
mitigação
deal with,
e resiliência.
mitigation,
Não é fácil. Como um jovem na
adaptation
gestão
and
pública, eu posso dar
resilience.
uma testemunha
As a
pessoal de
young
que
person in
esses
public
planos, esses
administration, I can
instrumentos
say that these
podem
instruments
parecer, para quem
can,
ouve, um
to
pouco
those that listen
áridos.
to
Quer dizer, para
it,
que serve tudo isso?
what does
Tenho
it, what
certeza
do we have
que são
this
muito
for?
importantes para que a gente
Very
chegue
important
às nossas
to
metas para
reach
2030 para
our targets
2050. Vão
from
muito além de um plano de
2030
intenções.
to
Eu tenho certeza disso.
2050.
E
It's much
Recife
more than a
é
plan
um
of
exemplo
intention.
que
Recife is an
ilumina o Brasil
example.
inteiro. Assim
It's
como
a
São
lighthouse
Paulo
for
aqui com
Brazil,
Ravena,
like São
a
Paulo
Ana,
with
nossa parceira no
Ravenna,
Rio de Janeiro,
our
e
partner
de
in
todo o
Rio de
Brasil,
Janeiro.
né, Ana? A gente
And
faz
Ana is
muitas
also in
parcerias
all
importantes,
over
a gente pode
Brazil in
comentar um
good
pouco sobre elas.
partnerships.
E o
We can
Luciano,
comment about
que
it.
também
And
traz para essa
Luciano,
mesa o
that
espírito
also
metropolitano, a
brings
ideia de integração
to
entre os
this
municípios,
table the
e um pouco
metropolitan
dessa visão de que
spirit.
as capitais
And
podem,
the
sim,
view,
com
the
muita
capitals
humildade, respeito à
can
autonomia
very
dos outros
humbly and
municípios, olharem para dentro
respecting
das
the
fronteiras como
other
liderança. Né?
states,
COP27
seeing us
representa
as
50 milhões de
leaders.
brasileiros no momento
So
em
we
que
represent
os
millions of
brasileiros têm uma
Brazilians
dificuldade grande de
when we
identificar
have
no
a
nível
big
federal
difficulty
uma
to
liderança
identify the
ambiental,
leadership in the
climática
federal
e
government,
os representantes.
mainly
Isso aqui é uma
concerning
COP, uma pré-COP,
climate
muito
change.
interessante. A
This is
proposta de São
interesting
Paulo, a
having the
liderança,
pre-COP,
cumprimento
the
aqui o Ravena,
proposal that São Paulo is
também
doing.
os amigos de
My
São Paulo,
greetings to
secretária
my
Marta,
friends in
porque
São Paulo,
tem nos ajudado
Ravena,
nesse processo,
Secretary
junto com
Marta
o Secretário de Ambiente, todos os outros
Suplicy,
envolvidos
and
aqui.
all the persons
Estou
involved
aqui
in it.
representando o
Thank
secretário
you.
Eduardo Cavalieri,
I
que é o
represent
coordenador nacional do
Cavalieri, that's the
COP27.
national
A gente teve
coordinator
uma eleição
of
no começo
the
do ano de
event
2027.
and of the next year.
Momento importante
So
de
a very
discussão de qual
important
o papel do
moment.
fórum.
What's the role of this
Depois de quase
forum?
10 anos, essa renovação
After
institucional
10
que
years,
nasceu
we
lá
have
Rio+20,
institutional
né, e a
renew
Rio+20,
that was born in
de onde
Rio,
nasceu
mais
o ODS,
20,
provavelmente, quer dizer, foi ali aquele
where
momento
we had
em
the
que se olhou para a
moment
sustentabilidade
when we
como
considered
necessidade de agenda de
sustainability
planejamento.
as a
Qual o
necessity
papel do
in
27?
terms of
E a Ana
agenda,
trouxe uma apresentação
like
muito interessante de que, pelo
COP26.
menos, é um papel muito
So
importante
it's a
de que a
very
gente saiba
important
o que o outro
role,
está fazendo.
knowing
Né?
what
Isso
the
não é
other one
fácil.
is doing.
É
And it's
importante
not
que se
easy.
reúna,
It's
converse, troque
good to
ideias.
be
15
together,
minutos
exchange
dessas conversas,
ideas.
às vezes,
15
fazem muita
minutes of
diferença
talk
na vida da cidade.
makes
Tenho
the
certeza disso.
difference in the
Eu sei
life
que
of
quando
the
a gente fala
city.
com jovens e
When
para
we
jovens,
talk to
o
youth,
ceticismo é o primeiro
from
sentimento.
youth to
Mas eu queria
youth,
dizer que o
the
CB27
feeling
é
is
fórum
great.
que
So
olha para a experiência da cidade, e, a partir
concerning
da cidade,
the
uma
next
visão de
event
Brasil,
with this
que é
subject, we
possível
have a
sim,
view of
existe uma
Brazil
agenda de sustentabilidade,
where we have
né?
the
Educação
sustainability
como o secretário
present.
Carlos mencionou,
And
a
so,
arborização
as Ricardo
urbana,
has
os
mentioned,
desafios são muito grandes, né?
the
A gente sabe, tem um relatório de
trees,
emissão, e uma
plantations, it's so
cidade, para que ela
important
seja
to
neutra em
reduce
carbono,
the
precisa resolver muitos
emissions.
problemas.
So
Das
many
25
problems
das
related to
25 maiores
carbon.
conglomerados
So we
metropolitanos do mundo são responsáveis
several
por 50 e poucos por cento
places
das emissões
in
de
the
gás de efeito
world
estufa.
are
E as
responsible
cidades,
for
conjuntamente, no mundo inteiro,
55%
por
of the
70%.
emissions of
Quer dizer, as
CO2
cidades parecem
of
ser as
greenhouse
grandes
gases.
as
So
grandes,
the
né,
metropolis
vilãs aí
all over the
da
world
questão,
are
mas é
the
importante a gente olhar
villains.
para além.
It's
Então, uma
important to
grande
go ahead
tese do
and
secretário
look
Eduardo
ahead.
Cavalieri, do
So
prefeito
what
Eduardo Paes
Cavalieri
também,
says,
é de que
and
as
the
capitais precisam olhar também para os
mayor
biomas.
of the city says that we have to study the figures going beyond the urban agenda to see the horizon,
ser
let's say,
representado e
the
olhado a partir dessa parte é uma coisa
Atlantic forest
importante. A gente precisa
biome,
pensar na
we have to
biodiversidade, né, Rafa? A gente
consider
estava conversando aqui sobre a pauta da
biodiversity,
biodiversidade, não só na agenda
not
climática, mas
only
também biodiversidade e
concerning
outras tantas
climate,
agendas que
but
acabam caindo
other
na Secretaria de
agendas
Meio
as well
Ambiente.
in the
E aqui é
environment
importante também reconhecer
aspect.
que a governança
It's
municipal
important to
dessas
know
questões
that
é sempre um
municipal
desafio,
governance is
né?
always a
Como o Carlos mostrou,
challenge.
são muitas
Carlos
secretarias que têm
has
que se
pointed
coordenar
out,
para
the
trabalhar no plano de ação
secretariats have to
climática,
work
né?
together.
E aqui a gente tem
And
Niterói como
here we have
exemplo de inovação
Niterói as an
institucional, uma
example
secretaria
of
do
institution
clima. É uma experiência
innovation.
interessante que todo
It's
o
very
Brasil
interesting.
conheça,
The
reconheça
whole
a
Brazil has
liderança
to
do
know the
prefeito Grael e a
leadership
visão dele
of
trazer esse
Grael,
ano para essa
the
importante
mayors.
posição. Então, eu
So
acho que
it's
aqui
an
a gente tem uma
important
mesa que
position.
tem
Here
experiências
in this
interessantes em
table, we
nível
have
local de como se
experiences
trata
that
ação
are very
climática,
interesting in
né,
different
com
places
instrumentos,
to deal
planejamento,
with
a
climate
integração
change,
em redes, né? A
instruments,
gente tem o
planning,
Play, tem o
nets,
PC40, que o Rio de Janeiro
integration
faz
of
parte, né? O prefeito
network.
Eduardo Paes presidiu o
So,
C40.
so we
Eu tenho a visão
have
de que sustentabilidade é para a
a
cidade que
view
tem
that says that
problema, né?
sustainability is not only
A gente estava
for
discutindo esses
cities
dias
that
com
have
Oslo
problems.
e
We discussed
com
that with
algumas, acho que com
Oslo
C40,
and
com
other
ILAN,
cities,
C40,
C40,
a criação de
40,
orçamento
sorry,
climático, né?
and
E
we
aí a gente
consider
estava
the
vendo a
subject
importância de fazer uma
budget.
coisa dessa. Mais um instrumento
Budget
que
is
pode nos
so
ajudar,
important. It's a
quem sabe
tool
daqui a
that
5
can
anos olhar
help
isso com mais
us.
naturalidade
Let
nas
us see
universidades
that in
brasileiras, a gente
5
tem um
years
orçamento
ahead,
climático.
we'll have more
Fico
possibilities to
pensando,
discuss the
Oslo
subject.
é
Oslo
menor do que o que
is
eu chamo de
smaller
Mesopotâmia. Mesopotâmia é
than
a região
Mesopotamia,
brasileira que
the
fica entre o Rio
Brazilian
Pinheiros e o Rio Tietê,
region,
onde tem no
in
Brasil
Rio
capitalismo
Tietê
avançado,
and Rio
competição,
Pinheiros.
onde tem essa civilização
So,
paulista,
where
que
we
conheço também,
have
gosto
the
muito.
Paulista
Então, quer dizer,
civilization.
talvez Oslo se
So,
pareça um
Oslo,
pouco com o
the
lugar que a gente está
city,
aqui, mas ainda assim é muito
may
diferente.
in
Imagina que a
size be
realidade de cidades
as big as
brasileiras
that
que
region I
tem muitas
mentioned.
boas soluções, mas
But
são uma realidade
so,
diferente,
in
como o nosso
fact,
amigo
Brazilian
Normando Salles,
cities
Rio Branco,
have
a gente tem Rio
different
Branco
solutions.
Norte,
I've been to
Chapuri,
Rio
Terra dos
Branco,
Estudantes,
to
como
Chapuri, and
Quando a gente
part
olhar
of
essa
the
realidade
mission.
da
We
sustentabilidade
see
da
their
diversidade que
reality
tem
in terms
problema,
of
é uma
sustainability.
inovação
They have
brasileira,
problems.
não é?
So
A gente tem
Brazil
uma
is
visão
an
de desenvolvimento, a gente não tem
innovative
uma visão só conservacionista.
country
É
in this
importante que a
term.
gente diga isso para o mundo
It's
e que a
important
gente
to
articule
repeat
isso
that
com o
to the
Brasil, porque é daí que vai
world,
surgir a
because
justiça
from
climática.
Brazil
Não é,
we
com todo
may
respeito,
bring
dos países nórdicos,
climate
não é da
change
Inglaterra, são das
justice.
gretas
I
brasileiras.
think that
Eu acho
it
que é aí
won't
que a gente vai
be
encontrar
from England
as
or others,
lideranças que
it
a
will
gente
be
precisa
from
para
Brazil, where
seguir
we
adiante e
have
enfrentar
maybe
o
the
século
leadership
XXI em que mudança
to
climática, ao
face
mesmo
the
tempo, é a
century
emergência e a esperança.
and
Essa
with
mensagem política é muito
hope.
difícil, né? Quer
This
dizer, a gente precisa agir
political
planejando,
message
ao mesmo
is
tempo
very
falar de
difficult
esperança.
because we have to
Então, é a
work
mensagem que o prefeito
urgently.
Eduardo Paes coloca para a cidade, no dia
So
5
what
de junho de
the
2019,
mayor
em
places
relação
for
ao
the
pacote
city Rio
climático,
de Janeiro
inclui muito
is
a
that we have to
apresentação
have
do
a
Carlos,
climate
ela
parcel.
muita gente, né?
Carlos has mentioned that,
De Recife.
the Secretary of Recife. We have an action plan, sustainability and climate change in Rio de Janeiro, with more than 96 actions, and the previous mayor did not place that, but the new mayor is placing that, and we are launching a big plan, robust plan, and from it onwards we will plan our management. Yesterday in Rio de Janeiro we discussed the agreement concerning results.
Para todos eles, eu
The
confesso
execution
que
of
nessa
all those
posição
and
de
was in this
encontrar uma
position
meta que as
to
pessoas
find
precisam
a
cumprir, mas
goal
que seja desafiadora.
that should
Todas
be
baseadas no plano de ação
got
climática.
there. All about
Então, uma delas
climate
era redução
change.
em 20%
One was
das
reduction in
emissões das cidades de
20%
Janeiro
of
para
the emissions in Rio for 2024.
Aí a gente olha e fala, como que eu
And we
transformo
look
isso
and
numa
we see
meta para
how
uma
am I going
gerência?
to
Como
put
que eu
this as a
transformo
goal
isso
for
em
my
incentivo salarial
management?
para um servidor?
How
Né?
do I do
Aí a
this
gente
and
falou, a gente é uma
show the
secretaria que
people to do so?
produz
And then we have a
mitigação e
secretary
adaptação,
that
que é a
will
Secretaria de Meio Ambiente, a
produce
gente
this.
planta árvores, a gente
We
tem
plant
hortas urbanas,
trees,
a gente
we
tem
have
limpeza de rios e de resíduos,
plantation
a
for
gente oferece
urban
serviços
plantations.
ecossistêmicos. A Secretaria de
The
Meio Ambiente
Secretary
do Rio de Janeiro, que já
of
teve
Rio
figuras
that
como
had
o próprio Eduardo
people
Paes,
like
também
Eduardo Paes
o saudoso Cirquis,
and
que fundou esses grandes programas de ação
that made all
comunitária,
these
trabalho,
action
economia
programs,
verde desde os anos 90, né?
humanitary,
O programa
everything
Marcas
about
Cariocas,
green,
o programa Guardiões dos
the
Rios, o
program
programa
of
de
Cariocas, the
reflorestamento
program
por
of
multirantes,
rivers
que
and
é o maior programa de
multirantes.
reflorestamento
This is
historicamente do mundo
reforesting
para
for the
grandes
world.
cidades.
for
Então, a
great
gente olha para esses
cities. And
planos e pensa, a gente é uma
we check
secretaria que
these
faz isso,
plans.
tudo, a
We
gente
are
não sabe do que isso
secretary
tem
that
impacto
does all
climático.
this, and we don't
Isso é
know what's
pego
the impact
indiretamente
climatically.
pelo relatório de
And
emissões.
you
Então,
can
o que a
see
gente vai
that
fazer
in the
para o ano que
report
vem?
for emissions.
Para
So
que consiga
what
cumprir
are
a
we going
meta
to
e as
do
pessoas
for
fiquem
next year?
felizes. E
To
também recebam
see
dessa
the
parte
goals
salário
for
delas.
the
Tudo no exemplo
next
tudo
years.
concreto. A
We're
gente
going
vai
to be
medir
very concrete. We're
as
going to
emissões dos
measure
nossos
the
programas, quer
emissions
dizer,
of our
desculpa, a gente
programs.
vai medir a
Sorry, we're
capacidade de
going
mitigação dos
to
nossos programas.
measure the
Parece uma
capacity of
coisa
our
muito
programs. This is
meio, né?
something very
Mas não é, a
in
gente já
the
faz
middle.
intencionalmente
But actually we
muitas
do
ações
this, a
positivas.
lot
Então,
of
acho que também tem essa
positive
questão
actions.
de
So
combater
there's
o
also this
ceticismo em
issue
relação à
to
inação
combat
climática,
the
olhando para o
cynicism
que a Secretaria
for
já
the
faz.
climate. And look
Eu acho que a
what
gente já
the
faz
secretaries are
programas muito
already
importantes.
doing,
Isso é, né, o Rio de
performing these
Janeiro,
programs. For
nos anos
instance,
90, no
Rio
início
de
dos anos
Janeiro
90, o
in
Morro
the
dos Irmãos, aquela imagem
90s,
bonita,
Morro dos
não tinha uma
Irmãos,
árvore ali.
there was no
Quer
tree
dizer, é
there.
possível sim
So
restaurar
it
o
is
ecossistema, é
possible
possível
to
sim fazer. E é possível
reconstruct
que um
this
país como o
system.
Brasil,
In a country
desigual,
like
injusto, com
Brazil,
dificuldade de governança,
unequal and
consiga fazer
unjust,
ações inspiradoras para o
can
mundo.
do
Acho que um
actions
pouco
for the world.
esse senso entre
I
otimismo e
think this
emergência que o
sense between
CD27
optimism and
traz, essa
emergency that
coordenação entre as
C27
cidades, né, um
brings
espírito de
for the
governança
cities, for the
comunitária,
governance
né,
and
acho que os secretários
communities,
olham
and the
para os outros
secretaries
com
look
muita
at each
sensibilidade e
other with a lot
empatia,
of
como que é lá em
sensibility,
Recife, como que é
empathy.
aqui em São Paulo,
How
o
is
que a
it
gente
in
pode fazer em
Recife? How is
conjunto,
it in São
né?
Paulo? What can we
E
do
aqui no contexto
together?
do Pré Cop é importante a
And
gente
this
dizer que se o
context
governo
in
brasileiro
Pré-Cop,
não vai ter
we see
uma
that if the
representação à altura
Brazilian
do Brasil,
government
à altura
won't
do
have
desafio, à altura do
a
potencial, à altura da
representation
história
for
do
Brazil
Brasil,
and
que tem que ser
history,
reconhecida
it has to be
e dita para as
recognized
novas gerações,
and
a gente vai sim
said
como
to the new
cidades
generation
lá
that
para
we
ter uma
go
presença
to the
importante,
cities
Niterói
to
vai
talk
estar
to
lá,
them
São Paulo e Rio de
make
Janeiro
it
estão vendo aí
important
como que a gente vai
for
fazer
all,
isso,
and
né,
the Rio
Ravena?
is going
E é
to see how
importante
to do that,
dizer que
and
ano que
it's
vem,
important to see
2022,
that in
200 anos da independência do
2022,
Brasil,
to
10
200 years
anos
of independence of
da
Brazil, 10
Rio mais
years,
20 e
more
Rio
20,
mais 30. A gente vai fazer Rio mais 30 ano que vem em cidades, um evento de cidades para cidades,
Rio
apesar
plus
de
20.
qualquer participação
In
nacional,
all
porque realmente,
national
como a Ana
participation,
disse, esse é
as
o século
Anna
das
said,
cidades.
this is
E
the
as cidades
center
vão
of the
conseguir
cities.
sentar juntas
If
e
the
conversar
cities
sobre
can't sit
vários
down
assuntos.
together
Nós estamos
and
interessados
talk
em
about
cidades
actions,
do sul
we are
global
interested
e
in global
trazer
cities from the
as
south
cidades que têm os
and
piores
bring
problemas e as
the
melhores soluções,
worst
porque normalmente
problems
andam
and
juntas,
best solutions together
para ir para o Rio de Janeiro ano
to
que
go
vem,
to Rio next
em
year
junho,
in
pra,
June,
junto com o secretário Cavalieri,
together
prefeito
with
Eduardo Paes,
the
e
Secretary
todos os atores
Cavaleiro and
envolvidos, as
Leonardo
redes
Paes, the
cidades,
mayor,
demais
and all
prefeitos e
the
secretários,
other mayors and cities from
dar
other cities
encaminhamento para o que vai ser a
to
COP26.
guide them
Então a gente
for
está aqui numa pré-COP, a Rio mais
COP27,
30 vai ser uma
COP,
pós-COP, e durante a
COP26.
COP a gente está
And
muito
durante
atento
COP
ao
we'll
como o
be
Brasil vai se
paying
posicionar, a
attention
gente está, as
how
cidades
Brazil
estão
will be positioned,
levando a barra, eu acho que essa
what
mensagem
cities will be
que São
doing.
Paulo dá
So
para a
this
gente, Ravena,
message that
é que a
São
gente
Paulo
vai
is
levantar a
giving us
barra,
is
a
that
gente
we are
vai lançar
going
os
to
nossos
raise
planos,
this.
a gente
We
está colocando
will
na rua
throw our
soluções
plans
importantes de
in
inteligência de gestão para
and see
licenciamento,
the management and
no caso de Recife, né, para
intelligence
valorização.
parts in
Então a gente
Recife
vai
for
com certeza
valorization.
dar respostas
And
como
we will
cidade
surely give the
para o
answer
desafio
as
do
cities
século,
for the
do desafio para
challenge
determinar
of
a
the
possibilidade de
next
civilização no
century,
século XXI.
for the
Obrigado,
responsibility.
enfim, né,
Thank you very
Francisco?
much.
Obrigado.
Your
Obrigado
time
você,
has
obrigado.
run out. Thank you very much.
Agora eu convido o secretário Ademir Strauss,
Now
que está na
invite
plateia, nos assistindo,
Demir
se juntar à mesa.
Strosky to come,
Bem-vindo,
who is at the
secretário,
table.
e também para
Welcome,
informar que
Secretary,
a
also to
Ana,
inform
da Fundação
that
Conrad
Anna
Adenauer teve um
from
contratempo e não vai poder se juntar virtualmente a nós.
Conrad
E agora
Adenauer,
passamos para a
Secretary,
segunda
will
parte do
be able
nosso
to be with us. She had a problem, had to
painel.
leave.
Temos mais
We
três
have a
apresentações e
panel
5
with
minutos cada.
the
Obrigado,
with more
secretário,
3
bem-vindo.
presentations of 5 minutes each.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning.
Eu, na verdade, peço
In
desculpa
fact,
por ter
I
atrasado,
apologize for having been a
daquelas
bit
que hoje
late,
a modernidade nos coloca
but the
presente.
demand that modernity does to us
Urgência no
presently.
município de Manaus, eu tive
There was an urgency in Manaus and I had to deal with this matter before coming here. But it was all covered and now I
mais
had
uma vez
share with you all this nice event. And thank São Paulo Mayor that invited us, and I say hello to all the secretaries and everybody here present and virtually. Yesterday I had the presentation, and we come and share the experiences and difficulties, challenges and projects and plans and programs that each one does in their municipalities. And yesterday when I said that we must change a little bit and think about Amazon, the contest which we have there, and Manaus has a particularity, that enormous clearance and that enormous forest, but the process instrument that was instituted in many years, the Zona Franca de Manaus, the free zone in Manaus, the state it has a 5% coverage as native forest, 1,070,000 square kilometers, but the city of Manaus, as you can see in this free zone, there is a big migration process, and it consequently parting the urban soil and also the occupation of the igarapés in the rivers, which is fantastic. This was made without a plan, and so we have problems. Then there are socio-economic problems, a great challenge. Population that comes to 2.2 million inhabitants. It's the seventh city in the country, over 800,000 vehicles, the fleet, and in relation to other Brazilian capitals, we have some actions more to be presented to be able to achieve the level of qualification of monitoring. But I pointed out this opportunity that with all this process, we do have an action, an activity, steps of sustainability, which is very expressive, that is in the environmental licensing. It's a resolution of the municipality that was incorporated as a compensation, and it reaches the Brazilian building department. So we can recompose the forests, the degraded zones, and plant trees again in Manaus, and revitalization of our parks. We have 58,000 parks, square meter parks in Manaus. In the last months, we have always been looked for by the local press about the IBGE index, IBGE, about arborization. Manaus is one of the last ones in the index, so we say the following. It's an index that doesn't reflect necessarily the reality of the cities, because the process of occupation was done like this day, and the IBGE's methodology counts the environments. We have a great planting process for degraded areas, putting green in, but we won't be able to achieve the index of IBGE because we do not have partnerships to be able to get into it this way. So we analyze it in a different way. When you see the satellite image of Manaus, of the cities and municipality parks, in green areas, our index of square meters per inhabitants of green areas is real and truth. So this is what we have to face. We elected as central issues to accelerate this, to be leveled to the other municipalities, was doing the updating of our legal parts. And we are having the opportunity to incorporate issues that first we didn't deal with it. Climate changes, the actions of carbon emissions. So this is a context, and we are preparing ourselves to be able to participate on COP26 with the participation of our members. So this is what I wanted to say. We are running after it. We're trying to do our homework, and we're reviewing everything and establishing partnerships. And we have to live with this and exchange information. So thank you very much for your attention. I give the floor for the Environmental Chief of Cabinet. You have 5 minutes. Good morning. I will try to be brief. I'm not going to talk about São Paulo's actions because all the panels talk about it, so I'm going to talk about the sense of once more, it's clear that to be together, being in a group, we can see the results. The COP27, it's a forum I present since 2015. And I was regional coordinator, and I am regional coordinator here. And this is an exchange of being together, and sometimes in 5-10 minutes of conversation we can see about solutions we had not thought before, because in the daily rush to execute our plans that we all have, and we're demonstrating that we are all aligned. We're doing more or less the same thing, respecting the local conditions, local needs, and the potentiality of each region. We can't look at Manaus and put São Paulo's plan there. This cannot go. So this type of forum, with the support of all, like the C40, is the space to debate and grow of the public policies in the cities. Instead of repeating, as everybody already said, it's in the cities that we're going to make the war. If we lose the battle in the cities, then we don't win the war. So we live in the cities. That's where we have to do the preservation. If it's big like São Paulo or small, it's the municipality in Brazil, that's where we do things. And this type of forum, like CD27, brought to São Paulo and other cities also. In 2016, there was an exchange with Salvador due to the urbanization manual. We had to check that in Salvador it's absolutely different from São Paulo. They had as a basis São Paulo's plan, and this is the exchange we do all the time. So the importance of bringing the COP27 to a pre-COP is to show that the forums are necessary, and the debate spaces are necessary. It doesn't mean that we agree all the time or that we see the same solutions all the time. It means that we sit and debate divergent ideas, and it can be 4, 6, or less than 3. So to reinforce the importance to São Paulo to participate of the COP27 and reinforce the importance of having forums like this one, these meetings that debate the environmental license, we have things to bring to this forum and look at some licensing instruments like IA and strategic environmental plan. Then we see these big plans. You look at the cities, you do it or you don't, and how do we walk together? Because if the cities do all this together, everybody will see we have the competence to do it, and we have technical and lawful competence and the goodwill. I say this because I have a public career. You're starting now, so you don't see it clearly, but to see the instruments, the politics and others, it's a great strength to generate the structure that we need to change effectively the country, the consume, the way you look at the city, the way you look at the public things, and face it as something that belongs to everybody, not just to the state. This is very important. It's not just a debate, and all the cities have this. So just to reinforce the importance of you being here, it's a pleasure we receive here, and São Paulo is happy to have you all here. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madena. Now I'll ask Luciano Paz, the Secretary, to close our panels in 3 minutes. Sorry, I'm rushing you, but the time flies.
Bom dia a todos.
Morning. I would like to thank the invitation to participate in this select table and take part in CB27, as in all the previous ones, talked not just by Secretary Carlos, Antonio, Rabena, Ana, my friend Lucas from São Paulo that is in Rio, to construct the environmental policy in Rio. This certainly is fundamental to be debated. I would like also to thank the event, to the mayor and secretaries who are performing this event. I would also like to thank Lara from Rio for this bridge to be here today in the CB27. She is a warrior that did the fundamental work to discuss the public policy reference to climate with the young people, and Atami, our mediator, and Felipe, and all the others that organized this event. They are all the process for this debate. But let's talk quickly about all this issue about transition that is happening in the climate, the World Climate Agency, because 40 or 50 years ago, the first conference, climate conference that took place, it was a global discussion. And presently we are discussing the city territories. I'm not going to repeat myself. Everybody spoke. Hello, am I on air? Hello?
Alô? Tá bom.
Everybody here mentioned the importance of the territory facing this public policy construction in reference to climate, but it's also important to point out that Niterói city, because it's on the border, contributed with all the problems of Rio de Janeiro, it's important in this scenery, and how good that CB27 has this sensibility to attract in a more extensive way than the other cities. Niterói has contributed for this climate agency, first municipal agency in Brazil to construct this policy. We signed the ratios here, the Edinburgh plan. We are doing our mitigation, the resilience plan. Forward what we received here in São Paulo, the mayor came here and received the premium. We are the 9th city, smart city in Brazil, and it comes to this level that we are developing. And to close my talk, just to remember our management instruments. All instruments has a focus, the participation, democratic participation, and consolidation of the public policy, not just through municipal forums of youth forums and good climate, but also talking about our actions of neutralizing carbon in schools and hospitals that we are developing. And to close my talk, all the scenery is being debated. It's a cultural transformation that we are going through. What we're doing presently with debates to start to create demands also from the society so that it can demand from the public power, also at this table, which is very sensitive for these themes, but to be able to do this cultural transformation. And I congratulate the city of São Paulo that has done this Pré Cop26 as such an important event. Good morning.
Thank you, Secretary. We thank Anna and the others that make this table. It shows that some of the main cities in Brazil are in line with the program of climate change. And as Lucas said, it's the program to youth and others. And I invited Trotsky and Recife to take part in the event. And we have to do the recording to TEDx Countdown. So we have another mediator for the next debate. The translator cannot hear the question. She has to use the microphone. First of all, thank you for being here, sharing this information, so important for the project. And we believe that the fight that we have is not only in the cities, in the outskirts of the cities. You see, we do not see young people here. We don't see black people here, people that live in the outskirts of the city. So they should be here to discuss the public policies, to include these youth and this type of situation being passed on to those that can contribute, and really they want to, they are willing to. And so concerning the emergency in terms of climate change, sometimes people do not understand how they can take part in it. They don't know the first step. So I would like to listen from you. What are you planning to include these people in climate change emergency? Perfect. I'll try to be very quick and focus on São Paulo, which is not different from the other cities. City is open and wants your participation. There are people listening to you in any secretariat. The Secretaria do Verde, the Green Secretariat, is open to any contribution that you want to give us. We want partnership. I will repeat what I do anytime. Public power does not know everything and can everything, ever. Without you, we'll go very little ahead. And the plans concerning mitigation, adaptation, regaining the city of São Paulo are focused on the outskirts of town as well. Because you are in the territory, you are part of the territory. You see, I live in one extreme of the city, you live in the other extremes, but we have to have the same regard. The plan is perfect. We have to do it together. So thank you, Amanda, for your question. The questions have to be with the use of the microphone, otherwise they cannot be translated.
Vamos lá, dando continuidade.
Continuing, next panel, we talk about environmental education, and we start making the table. Again, Rodrigo Ravena, head of Secretaria do Verde Meio Ambiente, Environment Office in São Paulo. Participation in this panel of the Executive Secretary for the Sustainable Development, Carlos Fernandes, virtually. Difficulties of connection.
Rodrigo Ravena, de
Rodrigo
volta à
Ravena,
mesa.
part of the table.
Cadê? Já está aqui? Alguém, por favor?
Please.
Secretário Carlos Ribeiro,
Carlos
de
Ribeiro,
Recife.
Secretary, Recife.
Por favor, também conosco,
Please.
Luiz Fernando Guedes Pinto, representando
We
a SOS
receive
Mata
now
Atlântica.
Fernando Guedes Pinto, representing SOS Mata Atlântica, Atlantic Forest.
Carlos Ribeiro.
Carlos Ribeiro,
Vamos.
waiting
Teremos
for
também,
him, and we'll
nessa
have,
participação,
making the table as
o
well,
Cônsul-Geral da Espanha em São
the
Paulo,
General
Miguel
Council of
Gomes de
Spain
Aranda
in São
e
Paulo,
Villa.
Miguel Gomes de Aranda e Villa,
Vai participar conosco de modo
taking
virtual.
part with us virtually.
Só mais um instante. Por favor, Carlos Ribeiro.
Carlos Ribeiro
Ravena
is
está
here,
aqui.
Ravena is
Faltando
here. What's
Luiz.
missing? Luis is missing. Who is missing? Luis.
Já final dele aqui.
Signal.
Fernandes, de fato, não consegue.
Carlos
Problemas
Fernandes, technical
Tudo bem,
problems.
Então, por favor,
So,
Ravena. Fala você.
Ravena taking the floor.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Que já me viram aqui
Those
no
that
painel.
We're here
O
in
pessoal
the
que
other
tá em
panel,
casa e
people
tá
that
nos
are at
acompanhando
home,
virtualmente.
online with us.
Pouco do que a gente vai falar
What
aqui
we
já
will
foi
talk
falado na
now
outra sessão.
has
E eu
been
acho que
presented in
começo,
another section, so I will
destacando
pinpoint
importância
the importance
falar de educação
of
ambiental,
education, environmental
falar da
education,
importância dos impactos
the impacts
que a educação tem
that
sobre a
education
população e na
has
formação
on the
da
population
vontade
and the preparation and will of the city
de
to be resilient,
inclusiva
inclusive,
e
and
renovada.
renewed.
A gente
We
aqui em São Paulo,
consider
tem
that in São Paulo we
coordenação de
have the
educação
coordination in
ambiental e
terms of
que é uma
environmental
parte da
education.
Universidade de Cultura de
We have the college, Universidade de Meio Ambiente. Over the
mais de 500
last
mil
4
pessoas
years,
com
we
curso
had
de formação em meio
the
ambiente.
education in environment of more than 1,500 people. So we have education concerning environment in almost every area. It's part of the legislation. So fiscalization, licensing, gardening, planting, so many courses, information,
de educadores ambientais,
educators
formação
are prepared. And we also have the activism as part of our project. We look for people and we train and educate in the base of São Paulo. 3 important points. We have an action plan in the city for environmental education. The first one is the support. The first objective, in fact, is the support and strengthening of environmental education in the municipality educational affairs in order to prepare the educators, and we include in the city of São Paulo the item inclusion, preparation, education of people to have the commitment with changing, understanding that we have to cross the bridge and pass to the other side, understanding living with people, common life, occupation of soil and city. So together with this education secretariat, we are educating the educators in order the students of the municipality chain get the information, and for that we have the possibility of education for the private sector as well. Partnerships are possible, and we take to those that require it this for this education of the educators. It's important, it's essential to prepare the educators. The more, the best. And so we prepare the education of our children, the future managers of the city. They will be aware of what's environment, what's climate change, what's resilience, because we use so many technical terms. It's wrong. In our day-to-day, if you say ODS, you consider that everybody understands what's ODS, resilient. Well, everybody knows what's being resilient. Climate change. Does everybody know about it? Does everybody know that it depends on human action, and there is a component of change of biome, an influence of many other things? So we pre-think that everybody knows, and it's not true. With this pre-COP, what we're doing is spreading the news. And São Paulo will be launching the Virada Sustentável. It's sustainable time. Why having it? It's environmental education, spreading the word, making the city better. What are the words? The words that will be left with people concerning the actions they have to take. It's important to have this environmental education. People have to absorb and understand, pari passo with knowing the environment. What's interesting? Each of us generally do not look around. We have, during the pandemic period, the request concerning wild animal situation and status. For instance, some people came saying that I have a wild bird in my veranda. There is a nest. Okay, but he did not arrive yesterday, huh? He's there for some time. Tell us the truth. There is an egg. So, of course, don't you go out? Don't you go outside and you look around? Did you see the bird and the egg? So we have to open people's eyes, people's regards, in order to see what's there near us. There is another objective, promoting the development, sustainable development in the territories of the city of São Paulo. And the school, the College of Agriculture and Ecology educates the agricultures to change the city in terms of paradigm. It's environmental education, changing the production paradigm, giving incentive to sustainable organic production, a support that the college that gives with the support of the Municipal Secretariat of Environment is something new. And it's part of the objectives of the city in terms of environmental education. Last but not least is having a plan of support in terms of environmental education. We are having debates sectorially with groups in each territory in order to establish effectively the climate change plan, the plan concerning the forests, Atlantic forest, environmental services. We have to have a plan for each thing, a plan for educational presence in terms of ecology, in terms of environment is essential. So integration of the youth, I think that the youth is much more aware of the impacts that we ourselves create in a city. It did not happen when I was a boy over the 60s. We did not consider environment. environment was wild beasts or dogs or etc. and trees. We say, what did we do? Well, we looked for birds, we wanted to put the bird in the cage, we threw stones on animals. Nowadays, it's completely different. We don't have this mentality anymore. We have another regard concerning fauna and flora and environment. The educational aspect here is presence. Presence of parents, presence of child, open to understand that the urban environment has its gray area, or it also has the green and blue face. We have several rivers. We have 48.13% of the area with vegetation. São Paulo is a tough city, but it's also a good city to live in. So the role of environmental education is transforming this city into a better city with citizens that are aware and prepared to understand integration, resilience, participation, and take part in them. Making together, we make it better. So these are the words I wanted to pass to you. Food for thought. And this is food for thought. In fact, if you do not do your part, if you do not help collectively, including the public power, if we don't do it together, we won't go anywhere. We won't go anywhere. It's not a lie. It's not a threatening. It's a fact. If we carry on doing what we've always done, we'll be stuck. So, incorporating environmental education in every action, as we've done in São Paulo, in every green plan, because it's incorporated there, we do the change, do the change of mind and spirit if we are present in the movement of preparing the city to be a better city that integrates people. It's not only smart, it has to have everybody together with access to green areas, to education, health, job, income, healthy environment, and it's a Herculean task, giant task, to leave it to the generations, the public power together with the citizen. The activity of the public power will be more effective if the citizens help it. Thank you very much. I invite to talk the consul from Spain, Mr. Miguel Gomes, Spanish consul.
Muito obrigado também à secretária das Relações Internacionais da cidade de São Paulo.
The Secretary of the City of São Paulo
and the organization Pré Cop26. Por me dar aqui a oportunidade de
COFFE26. I will share the opportunity to share with you some thoughts in reference to Spain about the education for environment that doesn't limit only to Spain, like Paris 2015, but in the present context, the pandemic. Also, I want to mention the opportunities and to advance in the objective for sustainability of the green subject. In this, Spain as well as the European Union, needs to space. We have environmental education in area to form the knowledge. And for that, we have the education to inform the public in general. It's an area to interchange experiences, good practices in reference to environment. Is regional in Europe and Latin America. It's priority. The initiatives, programs, projects that promote this information, which are regional references, and again, Latin American for us, the professionals, to have essential resources for the communicators. And we will see the knowledge in Spain, especially we have a program for climate and regional programs in collaboration with the United Nations about the climate changes. Other platforms is Regato with 2 T's and Get Smart. I mention this for those that want to deepen in these subjects. In these programs, you have on internet all the information you need to promote the strategy for greenhouse and the event of last year, the climate thing, the fortification of the sustainability in Latin America. Last year, all these are spaces for information. It's in the internet, all the information. Also, I think it was very useful and important to review these initiatives, the form to have the resources that we have now for the crisis of the climate change. We have specialists that generate and what the public can understand and digest. For that, you need another voice, people that translated ideas, the professionals from communication. Need this to organize. And also calling the communication about climate changes. We're doing the Forum American for Climate Changes. The communication ways, as the panelists that spoke before me mentioned, the population in general, the public, have the actions to understand this. If you form a public opinion that integrates the challenge and the climate emergency that we're getting through. And so in Spain, we are promoting innovative initiatives, and we will see accessible results that can be accessible to all. The formation, communication, the results, concrete results are necessary. Now more than ever is demand this information. I repeat, the information actions that Spain did is very fundamental. And we have also another initiative financed by Spain, is called the Ecological Fund for Transition. It's regional experiences in the Latin America, a program similar to this one, to have specific programs and objectives. It's localized in the areas of the Spanish collaboration. Also in Africa, it's fundamental in the first place. And the fund will act always in the basis of demand of each country. You can be more and more profound. The fight against this. So we expect that Spain will do this in the best way possible globally, to act in an immediate way in the process of against the climate changes, which will occur in the COP26. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for the Spanish Consul in São Paulo. Now we give the floor to Carlos Ribeiro, Secretary. Once more, I ask authorization not to use the mask to talk in the microphone. I also have a presentation for cases in Recife, but I will emphasize, like in the previous panel, first salute the Secretary Athena and São Paulo for the initiative of bringing this talk about the reality of the municipality and the initiatives of the municipality, and this talk so that the group of the cities and the municipalities come up will be formed, the Pré-Cop for the cities and the municipalities. So it was this reading. I'd like you to share the presentation. The first slide, please. As I mentioned, I will inform you especially to say the initiatives that we have in Recife, I'm sure are also done in the same way, in the same direction, in the same sense, the other cities. Exactly like the Secretary mentioned, the environmental education is a challenge which is traditional and pattern that doesn't have the environmental climate. It is important for the Secretariat to bring this for the education of the people. So we have environmental education in Recife, fundamental education in Recife, and I will show you some for discussion. There are 11 initiatives we have, but in the program we are giving more strength for this innovation for children, very young children. The city will dedicate to teach them. We have a very young mayor. He's 27 years old, and he is facing this very seriously, that children, a very, very young age, to be taught as from the beginning about this program to implement this in the beginning of the formation of the children, just like Secretary Ravena mentioned, to teach them right from the beginning this will to change the behavior. Talk to them about this on their first steps. Another issue that has the sense of mobilizing and integrating, also related to very, very young children, everything that covers schooling, their relationship with the parents, not only in school. School is a reference. It's where you change people from society, and they know that that's an environment in which you have to see the involvement of everybody. So this is a great initiative. As they mentioned, planting trees, these initiatives and social development. In this picture you can see all the objectives of this action in the school space, but this is symbolic. This is specifically for the parents of the children, so also to bring them within this plan. It's also an issue we are facing at the moment. Implementation of green plantation. To the perception of consuming, to care of how you do it, how you eat, vegetable planting. This has to be built into them, especially this new generation, the consuming of vegetables, producing it rationally, organize the production, less waste, and more quality. There are lots of concepts that all the municipality would practice this way. There will be just one element. We hope to aggregate this into their minds. And something else, we have to enchant the children. We have to make it ludically, symbols to involve them. When we develop that program of theatrical, scenic, each actor working and residues and water resilience. There's a robot that shows this issue of innovation and technology, and the bird that shows the nature in itself, this symbolic way and ludic way for children. Important for children to go through this and learn all this. This is also linked to technology. We have it in physical demonstration, but also showing it on films that we do the production of cartoons for children and books for the very young children in a very ample way. As I mentioned, also to use technology. We have to do this digital transformation and include this component. We are using a lot of games for babies and very young children and adolescents, teenagers, and make them take part in it. And it's the role of the municipality. Many games for children. The last slide, please, is this puzzle we developed for the pandemic. It's a garden, botanic garden, and they can see all the animals and all the animals in general for them to make this puzzle. And they can do that on their cell phones. We have to use all these ways to make them sensible towards this as from infancy. In this context, we come to this Pré-Cop and show what the city is doing and the role of the municipalities as citizens. And it's for the municipality to do this. In Recife, we have 375 schools, and in 2019, we included a new subject in school, the municipality. Municipality initiatives, we get an example here, an example there. This message for Pré-Cop is very important. The education and the third world is very important. The environmental education is a great challenge. We actually have to give this message and dedicate this effort for the education. Thank you. I thank the participation of the Secretary of Tourism in Recife, and I would like to compliment him. Today is the day of the Northeast Pride. There are hundreds of people who are with us here in presence and to internet, so congratulations. To close, are there any questions? So to close down this panel, I am manifesting, considering the environmental education plans with the population and the citizens, how can we do this, please, Ravenna? Let's divide the answer. I will answer one part and Secretary will answer the second part. In any plan or public action, I repeat, and I will repeat as unending. In São Paulo, who cares for environmental education is the University of Culture and Peace, and they have a council. This council is paritary. They have people from the public sector and from the politics sector. I'm going to repeat, the Green Secretary and all sectors is available to receive the contribution of everybody and to do new debates if necessary. I will give an example that has nothing to do with the answer, but we are here, the Secretary is in 15 minutes of conversation, we had 3 new ideas. So you don't need to be secretary or chief of cabinet or just a staff in the government. If they want to participate, it's open for everybody. To everybody, every day, all the time. Any contribution is very welcome. That's it, Ravenna. Also want to mention, and I'm sure I say this about Recife, but also São Paulo and other municipalities in the same way. There are instruments, structures, commissions, and municipality councils that integrate the system in the municipality and environmental. The Environmental Council municipality in Recife, and the environmental education is presented in the Environmental Council of the municipality, and we also have the Council of Environmental Municipality. We have this contribution and the approval of the cabinet. Every year of our program, we bring this for everybody involved, and also we are in a moment of transformation, digital transformation, accesses platforms. As Ravenna mentioned, the direct elections, it's direct through platforms, amply divulged, and all the plans are also discussed in many councils. It's very rich, and we do a great effort so that all this launching and programs have this contribution. We try to discuss this decentralized. We go to neighborhoods everywhere to bring this. The program is so good, as it's so well discussed and so criticized, so that it grows strongly. The mechanisms and the ways the secretaries go about it requires a lot of efforts, councils, meetings to bring all these contributions together. Thank you all for your collaboration for this panel, and for all that are here, and for those virtually follow us. We close the morning, and we will be back at 1:30. And before closing, I would like to thank also all the ceremonial team of international relations and the technicians from São Paulo Turismo with our support. Thank you and good day to all.
Boa tarde. Bom, dentro de instantes iniciaremos o nosso painel 11 dessa nossa primeira Pré Cop São Paulo 2021. Gostaria de renovar os agradecimentos a todos que nos acompanham virtualmente e de maneira presencial. Em alguns instantes iniciaremos. Obrigado. Bom, chamo à mesa o secretário Alexandre Modonese, secretário municipal de subprefeituras. Por favor, secretário. Na sequência, chamo à mesa Dr. Flávio Maranhão. Doutora Tatiana Tucundurva.
Ana Tucundurva. Tatiana,
Ronaldo Malheiros.
Ronaldo Malheiros.
E, por fim, Michel Pantera.
Michel Pantera, to make the table. Bom,
então, esse painel 11,
this
infraestrutura
11th
urbana, terá
Urban
início
infrastructures,
com a apresentação do
we
secretário
start
Alexandre Modonese,
with
que falará
Alexandre
pouco
Modonese,
a respeito dos
Secretary.
jardins de chuva,
You
que ontem
talk
foi destacado
about
pelo nosso
rain
prefeito,
gardens. Our
durante a abertura,
mayors
e na
mentioned the
sequência sobre
rain
monitoramento
gardens,
de piscinões
and
e túneis
also
da cidade de
we'll
São Paulo.
talk about
Por
the
favor,
pools
a
in
palavra
the
é sua,
city of São
secretário.
Paulo,
Obrigado.
the piscinões, which are to trap the rain. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure being here, taking part and making this table together with all the others to tell the implementation of actions in the state of São Paulo based on regional solutions and a political action that is disruptive in the city based on the 2030 agenda. The city of São Paulo has a big challenge. We are with 12 million of inhabitants, and we can affirm that we are 2 times New York and 17,000 kilometers of ways, paved streets, and besides this complexity, we have 30% of rural area and 48% of vegetation covering. That we need innovation regarding that. The city per se mapped, and I show it in the end, and we have regional actions, punctual ones, which are improving the city in terms of heat, and it's a solution to trap rainwater And so it avoids flood in certain streets and improves the city and the circulation in the streets. So, how does it work? This Jardim de Chuva rain garden, we find a place that needs it. We break the pavement using the recycling, that material for recycling. We break the pavement, we use the concrete with base of the trap for the water, and we ground it and we plant seeds, vegetation in the area. One example of the actions that we are doing, actions that are punctual, change the surface of the locality, urbanically speaking, besides trapping waters and improving the drainage of the region. So we have over 150 gardens like that. We are delivering every month. We have 32 sub-city halls in the city of São Paulo, and we are going ahead with awareness of the persons in the city halls, the service renders, for the importance of this solution to be implemented in medium and long term. Another example, we show to the population the action. There are indications, signals. Another solution, you do an exchange. Instead of having a car, we have green area. So we have to combine that with the local population. So it's leisure-meant for the street. So instead of having cars parked on the street, we have green areas. It's very interesting. So people know that they belong to the place. It's regional. And they change the face of the city. Another action are the forests, conservation forests, small ones. We identify areas that are not being correctly used, or where you have open dumps, or you have debris, and you prepare a green area. There is access, for instance, to the main roads, here in this case to Radial Leste. This area, in the past, we had 15 lorries with debris. Nowadays, it's used to have birds, and we used the Atlantic forest seeds in the area. Besides that, it's also to trap water. It's a region to trap water that comes from higher avenues, so it is, let us say, a bigger rain garden. Here, on the pavements that are with inclination, this is in 23rd May, 23 de Maio Avenue. It was done during the flood, and we reduced the amount of water arriving down there in Vale do Angabaú, that's just beside us. So it's another action. It shows that it's possible to have the art and beautiful place. We presented here the arches that are historical in this part of the city, and we have, in this case, straw, so it changed the landscape, so we used Capim do Texas. It's Texas grass. So here we have green ladders, green steps. So we use here small spaces, plant boxes, and this water that would be to Vale do Angabaú, we trap it here with these green stairs because we do the capture of part of the water. It's trapped there. Here we have another thing that's very important, the ditches. Bioditches. We have 4 sources of water, and the plants all the year they have water. So in the past we had only running water. Today we have water that is feeding the plant. It's part of the urbanism of the city. The Texas grass, the ditches with water and plant, etc. So this garden, new gardens we implemented last year, and in this year it's considered a public policy via the City Hall. And in the next years we'll repeat the action, intensifying and delivering to the city the plant beds with regional solutions which are simple, cheap, and change the landscape of São Paulo. So we've done a survey, fruit of a partnership that we have with the University of São Paulo, and we mapped all the draining in São Paulo. São Paulo did not have it in mapping, and we identified the areas where we had flood and the elements, let us say, how many gutters, how many manholes, all the structures, hydraulically speaking. So in terms of quantity, the main subsidy halls, so we changed all the planning concerning maintenance and cleaning and drainage in the city of São Paulo. It's a better action from the part of the City Hall. Here, the areas that the city has, for the first time the city of São Paulo has in 17,000 kilometers of streets, they are mapped with the elements that the city should consider priority in terms of cleaning and maintenance. It avoids flood, and we maximize the resources, public resources used. Pari passo, the city also invested in the improvement of the concessionaires that render services. This is a flow chart that presents the GeoInfra system. It's a complex process, and it was very difficult to control in the city of São Paulo. The city implements nowadays a system that is without red tape, and we are able to innovate in our management, and we can ask the companies to use recycled material, RCC, foam, having a process of circular economy, reducing the costs. And we got that via the control that the city has using this system.
O GeoInfra é uma plataforma digital que será utilizada pela Prefeitura de São Paulo para a gestão do espaço urbano, permitindo o acompanhamento online de todos os processos de autorizações de obras. Com o GeoInfra, a própria concessionária acessará o sistema com login e senhas individuais. Ao acessar o sistema, a concessionária poderá visualizar na tela inicial todos os seus processos e status de cada um deles. Criar um novo processo no GeoInfra é muito fácil. Basta clicar em Novo Processo, escolher o tipo de processo e de obra. e então anexar seus documentos. A concessionária também informa o tempo da obra, projetista e responsável técnico, entre outras informações. Então é hora de identificar o local e, em seguida, traçar o projeto no próprio GeoInfra. Projeto cadastrado. Agora é hora de revisar. O GeoInfra calcula automaticamente o pagamento das guias necessárias, de acordo com as características das obras. Com o termo de responsabilidade, cada concessionária se compromete a seguir o projeto indicado. Com o projeto cadastrado, as guias estão disponíveis para download. Com as guias pagas, o alvará de obras do Convias é emitido e o termo de permissão de ocupação de vias também, após análise da Secretaria de Transportes via plataforma online, garantindo a validação do impacto no trânsito da cidade. Com isso, é feito o aviso do início de obras. Após a execução, basta colocar no sistema o aviso de término das obras, inserir o cadastro do projeto executado e o relatório fotográfico. Dessa forma, a Prefeitura garante a gestão das obras, beneficiando o cidadão de São Paulo com mais qualidade, segurança e eficiência.
Todas essas ações que a Secretaria de Prefeitura tem conduzido, ela visa consolidar políticas públicas sustentáveis, controlar as concessionárias, inovar na área de drenagem, a utilização de material reciclado e a utilização de tecnologia na medida certa, uma tecnologia que seja barata e funcional,
cheaper and functional, producing results that are practical in the city of São Paulo, a city that is dynamic, complex. We have simple solutions that are efficient, necessary to the city. Thank you very much for contributing.
Obrigado, secretário Montanelli, pela apresentação.
For the presentation.
Aproveitar para registrar
I take
agradecer a
the
presença
opportunity to
do secretário
thank for the
executivo
presence
Fábio Lepic,
of Fábio Lepic, Executive
da
Secretary,
Ana Carolina
and Ana Carolina Lafemina, also
muito obrigado.
Secretary of the Sub-City Halls. Now I'll pass the floor. And it's important, first of all, to tell about the partnership that we have in many actions. Dr. Flávio Maranhão, thank you for your presence. Now he takes the floor.
Foi pedido que eu trouxesse um pouco da experiência
asked
que
me to
aqui,
present
como
my
isso
experience
relaciona com o
concerning
público,
the public sectors and the preservation
dos nossos recursos,
of our resources,
sejam eles ambientais.
environmental or not.
No meio da
So,
Secretaria do
via
Montanelli, a gente
Secretary
conseguiu desenvolver
Moronese, we developed the monitoring system concerning the asphalt, and also we used AR and punctual things, and we optimized the process of new routes, closing certain streets. To have that map that has been shown here, we use not only the conventional models, but also other models. Let us say it was considered the last 8 years with the traditional models. They could not explain a city like São Paulo because it would not indicate all the floods. Only 32 points were there in the model that is considered traditional. Where are the other 78? So the traditional ones are focused on macro draining, So, in fact, urbanly, it's micro draining. So it changed over the last times. So engineering progressed. It was necessary. There was no information. Now the engineering is based on evidences. We study new ways. We compare to what has happened, and based on that, we update the models, the traditional ones. We've done that concerning asphalt, draining. We develop concerning lighting of the city. So it's a convergence. It's academia and public power working together, besides other factors. For instance, we developed concerning methane the studies, because methane is known as a potential of heating, an impact higher than CO2. Okay, CO2 is easier to identify. In fact, as I don't know exactly the size, but I know it's, okay, you're saying 23, okay, the figure is 23. Okay, 23 times worse than CO2. Concentration of methane in the atmosphere is lower than 2 ppms. In São Paulo, for our surprise, we've done the sensors, we used and ran it with the same way we did with the asphalt, and we saw that the concentration was above 10 ppm. So it's worse near the creeks because there is concentration of organic material. So we have to expand in terms of sewage to know the region better and do it with everything, not only with the green areas, because then you know the heating of the city and you take care of the city in this sense. Use the technology. It's here to clarify and give us subsides to implement our public policies. This is the way. That's the tool. That's what I repeat. I do it according to our possessions, the way we can pay. So, because in fact, São Paulo is a big city in a poor country, it means that there won't be, the amount of precision won't be that high, but we carry on and take care and get more information and take decisions that are based on facts. So management nowadays, you have to have subside to take decisions, to establish the public affairs, and then you have to be very logic in your way of thinking. Developing technology, using matrix, developing researches to establish your public policies. We want the city without flood. We had the first run. The Secretariat has done it, and we keep our fingers crossed to make it happen accordingly.
All this is part of this, and this is only possible when you have management sufficiently good to see the mistake. So besides the aspects of the former mayor, the present mayor, there has to be maturity, initiative to have the time to perfect things and not just look and aim the cannon for the first mistake, because everybody will make mistakes. So this is what I wanted to put forward, that the academy is always open to integrate into the public policies and take the best decisions for the city. Thank you very much, Professor Maranhão, and commenting that we also have a representative from the academic world, Garcia, from the panel Sustainability. Teacher Garcia, doctor in São Paulo City. And I have the satisfaction to give the floor to Doutora Tatiana from Montese, just postgraduate in USP, Masters for Intelligent Cities from Uninove University. Please take the floor. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. I thank for the opportunity to discuss directly with our managers and our population. Here representing the academy, this is the ideal world. We would like to be able to have this connection with all parts involved at any time. Listening to the secretary, I actually would like to tell you about the power that the local governments have in the fight against the good climate, damaging climate. This is what we feel, the consequences due to the climatic situations. So even if it's fundamental and very important, everything that happens in the conferences, because we will have the next one, there they have the role, fundamental role, to take over the guidelines, sign the agreements, but every time we talk about climate issues, we have to see that the power is in our hands, because as you could see by the initiative pointed out right now, we have the condition to make researches and the will of the politics and being engaged with the civil society, we actually can make a difference. It's something very interesting to observe, the advantage and discussions we are doing now. It's not only the technology based on what we see, but to work together all the time to have the public policy taking place. Because so we can follow up, monitor, evaluate, and then we will see the mistakes, learn lessons, and go ahead. If we don't have this concern to evaluate and monitor the politics, it's no use. Because all of us know, because we act in the sustainability area, it's for a long time already. And we can see that we live in a country where we have laws for environment, very good one, very complete. The São Paulo city was always and still is pioneer in innovating and showing that you can make the difference with small initiatives. So lots of people that know about the subject and they say, look, this garden, it's not that only. Everything we can have to improve the quality of life and to live in a better place is extremely positive. Each mitigation action, adapting actions that the municipality does is for the society. So we have to empower ourselves more and more and use the public policies we have. We have a municipality policy for changes in climate. It was elaborated together with the academy, where I took part also. We had this partnership done when it was approved by unanimity. It was started. We were the first policy to change climate in the country. First was the city of São Paulo, and then for the state. And at the end of that year came the national politics, because we went to the program, and the union went after the municipality of São Paulo and said, come on, if the municipality has this since June and the state of São Paulo since September of 2009, Then we have to present this at the COP, where we were also. We represented São Paulo there. And to get there, we saw that even being in a country with a lot of difficulties, because we live in the social financing and cultural problems of a subdeveloped country, but we have a lot to teach and share with the rest of the planet. And this we can see exactly when we participate of these international meetings. When we get there, São Paulo took over a protagonism as a city that when we take part in this national net of C40, showed we had the initiatives to face the problems that are naturally known. And we took over issues as, for instance, I'm going to mention one, the capturing methane and sanitary problems and generate electricity in just one initiative. It decreased considerably, about 20% of the emissions at the municipality at that time. When that was presented, we generated credits of carbon credits. They were sold, and all this income was applied in a region as a whole, because that's what we discussed. I don't know if you already hold the expression only, it's more in my backyard, but in Portuguese it is not in my backyard. Everybody has to care to everything around where you live. And so this becomes a good practice to be shared, and the lights are all on São Paulo. So I congratulate the Secretary for this management, and we have had these changes that you have noticed, that on the first moment might be very irrelevant for those that don't know about the subject, but we that know the importance in itself to have environmental comfort. The difference in temperature we have in the areas which are or have vegetation different from other regions. The increase of green areas in the capital, decreasing the heat waves in some areas. And by the studies from the medicine college, the way of life and the increase of years that you can live in regions where there are more trees is better than the regions that don't have these green areas. And impacts and consequences are there being felt, and it shows in the academy the results in numbers. And the great advantage presently to work in way together, the connection among all the actors of the society in the moments that we make these policies, then we will see during the implementation and right after at the moments to evaluate what's being done, study the works, this is working, that's not working, this is making some difference, and then we have to think about other ways of acting, and then evaluate all that, do the improvements, continuous progressive improvements. While the municipality, we all have our responsibilities. So it's very good for us to see the management being organized in meetings of a COP, where in this COP they will define the guidelines, important guidelines, so that we can go forward, because we know that in the point of view of the parts in the words said in Paris, nobody else discussed, we just accepted the new reality, that we are not going to have an increase of 1.5 of temperature, but officially 2 degrees of temperature, which increases a lot our responsibility, and communicate with society so that we can discuss what has to be done. And this is a point in which I stopped my first participation, and for afterwards have the debate, saying that exactly what makes me happier to have the possibility to be here today is to be able to communicate, talk, exchange ideas with you all, and the demands, knowledge. Because if this doesn't happen, there's no use being within the university producing ideas if we don't share it with society. There are a lot of knowledge in the university. It's a world of knowledge. And I think this is very nice because I love having part of the education which I believe actually that will make the difference. For each seed we plant, it's a different conscience that we can achieve and bring to our sides. And we can make the difference. So there's no point in constructing all this knowledge and not arrive anywhere, and not get to people that need to know. They need information. And many times this exchange is very positive because having this policy and evidence, scientific evidence is something else. The exchange of knowledge with the population, they have to be conscious and they have to be heard. And they just not be heard and collect that, but we have to have the conscience. And then we are not just passive people, we become responsible. And within this responsibility that all of us can share, in fact, take care of a lot of elements. And our focus today is infrastructure. We have to be together in this. So when we see the municipality doing these initiatives, what's our role? To check if everything is really being taken care of, if the maintenance happens, if the citizen helps in this process, if everybody is taking care collectively of what is our, because this feeling of belonging happens when I see that I have to take care of that space that's mine. It's not that when we get out of our house it's public and then the government has to do that. We know the city is ours and we have to be conscious to take better care of it. So we count with your help so that this will help, and I thank you the opportunity very much to be here and exchanging these ideas and information with you. In this contact, just looking at each other, even with masks, it is very nice. Thank you for your attention.
Muito obrigado, doutora Tatiana.
Thank you very much, Dra. Tatiana, for your explanation and your talk. Very clarifying, and the local governments are growing, and the meaningful growth in the networks like C40, in the Play, which is another big partner. This morning we had the presence of Ana Menka, and she's responsible for these relationships of this important network for us. As we are on the subject, I'll give the floor to Secretary Modonese to talk about monitoring decisions in São Paulo. I will also take my mask off to make it easier. São Paulo City started about a year and a half ago a process of modernization and control of managing the big pools in the capital city. The city did not have this monitoring. This was decentralized, and each unit had to manage it by itself. And we want to end the monitoring the basins. Our great concern is not to monitor a big swimming pool, but see that the hydrographic division has to be respected in the monitoring. So we started to control the big swimming pools through the basins, and with that to understand how that basin works when it rains. and which are the influences it has. This changes the operational action if we have flooded areas, and we know beforehand where our teams should go, which are the measures to be taken, and the city starts now a structure of operational plan for this period of rain, the rainy period. These summer rains in São Paulo will already be managed in a different way than they were in the years which passed. Another action will be the control of CO2 within the tunnels and also the automatization of all the ventilation system. Insumos, in the size of São Paulo and the quantity of tunnels we have, it's more than indispensable to act. I think the city management is trying to innovate the technology to make it simple. This is a great action. Not implement great technological solutions, but to implement to better this solution in average stage. We start today, we put pillars, and it will stay for the next decades. What we are doing presently, modernize and rationalize all these decisions. And the management of the big pools and the hybrid problem in the city has to be dealt with. We have a specialist in this area, Melade, he is going to talk about it next. And it went through the complex part of the city, the east side, and he gives us an example of what is possible to do, which equipments the city has, and rationalizing this. Past rains, we had a region that was always flooded in the last decade, and we made a good management and finding out where you have to clean it, and this was solved. And these actions to rationalize and bring intelligence for our daily work that really acts on it. Thank you very much, Secretary Modenese. Now I'm happy to give the floor to Ronaldo Malheiros, who is a geologist, master in geology and geography.
Obrigado a todos.
I'm very proud to be here today in this event. I'm talking like a person that has been for 30 years in the City Hall and had the honor to be until 2011, where it was starting to be organized and trying to face the enemy, which we know well, which is the rain. But in 20 years, the city wasn't in the process it's presently, because it's grew a lot. And this happened respecting some aspects in the city. With deforestation and all these problems, the public management has to look at it in a different way for this process. And something that's important to understand, that the floods actually will always happen due to the conditions of growth of the city, and more the public policies, as I showed here, that the work with meteorologic work, it's being prepared to face this. But now we are in a moment, and this event shows that São Paulo is doing this in different climate changes. And we see the changes are there, we cannot deny it, but the fact is that they happen in the city. And when you talk about climate changes, it's much far away of our reality. So we have to start doing a series of things. And something else we saw in this process is the adapting. The city has to adapt, and this big pool is an engineering work which was implanted in '89. Those that remember, the parking lot in Pacaembu is something done in the city, and the work of the piscinão, the big pool, is to give this back to the city, and when it works heavily, it's giving back to the city non-structurally all this process. Everybody knows the Aricanduva region, where the public power was constructing to diminish the impacts of this strong rain on the population. And everybody knows the Parque do Carmo, Carmo Park, and presently is preserved, and it would avoid all this flooding, without mentioning the importance of the park for the people that live around it. So it's an important engineering to make the city go ahead. And in this rain plan, which we're working on, we have to understand that the big pools are very important to retain this water. So what's the difference in this new project? We're implementing something that's called governance. And the public power has to do this governance because we have a big pool in a region called Pirajussara, Butantã, called Charque. It has a function, but if in fact it won't have their pumps, there won't be any energy, as if it won't exist. So to take care of these spaces and do this governance, show the concern of the public power to give this space to its function to mitigate the consequences. So presently, when this was implemented, we can inform that all the big pools are working, and the CGE that monitors the rain is very important. We have the condition to know if one pump had some defect, and this means it's going to maintain rapidly and will give back to the functioning of it, and check the level of these reservoirs. If there is a big rain in a basin and I see that that big pool is full, it means that there will be a problem of overflowing, and this needs in the rain plan to see this beforehand. And all this monitoring we have now, we did not have before. All these public policies for draining are working. So this is a great advantage of this process. So it is, in fact, an important measure of adapting. Without these big pools, São Paulo would be a chaos. For instance, we know that in a basin it rains a lot, and the big pools hold this water, so this shows the efficiency. But I understand, Secretary, that the public policies in this space to see this climate change, they show other alternatives to make other functions for the city. Like the rain garden, it has a very important part to avoid the infiltration, but it brings the landscape to the city, which gives it another look. So I believe this is important, and I say this as a person that has been working with rain for 20 years, and so we have to go ahead more and more to see the system, and the talk with the university is very important, that bring to the public management other elements, and it's important, this interface of the organs, of the departments for São Paulo to face these problems. And we have to face rain this way.
For instance, nowadays, if you show this visitation area that was full of debris in the past, what do you see? Where would be the debris? in the manhole, in the pool, in the gutters, and it takes money to do the cleaning. So you have to consider the environmental issues in the city, mainly considering the context that we are living of climate change with extremes that for certain affect the city. So it has to be strong enough to be prepared for that. We have a lot to do in São Paulo in order to have it better and better and to face what we have ahead of us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ronaldo Maria. And now, to close this panel, which was twofold, it gave us a view of systems, structures, urban cities.
Eu passo a
I
palavra
pass the
ao
floor
Michel Pantera,
to Michel Pantera, meteorologist of the Climatic Changes Center in São Paulo. He is a geophysician of the University of São Paulo. He's an expert in climate change and
Bom, boa tarde, pessoal. Tudo bem?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Já foi dito, né? Eu
As it's
sou
been said,
bacharel em meteorologia, trabalho na área desde 1997, né? E o foco principalmente nessa questão de defesa civil. Inclusive, passei 10 anos, né, na coordenadoria estadual de defesa civil,
the civil aspect of it, working for the state, rendering services to the state, and since 2008 I'm part of CGE, which is an office in the state. I will briefly try to present my experience in CGE. Before São Paulo being built in this region, we had the birth of many rivers. It was a region with rivers running to Tietê River. So the flood was like in a Pantanal area. Of course, the characteristic of this region is having intense flood during summer. We are not ingenious enough to consider that if we have 200 millimeters in 1 hour, 1 hour and a half, in any place of the world, in any city, it's a problem, because you have 200 liters per square meter in 1 hour. If the volume in the desert of Sahara, you have flood there. And you have running water. Even in the desert you have this problem.
A partir daí a cidade foi crescendo. E claro,
the city grew and expanded. It's not an absurd to say that the flood was here before the city itself. So we have to live with it. Flood is part of our history since the 50s. It shows how the city is, and Anhangabaú, where we are, full of water, flood. So the city expanded, and we live with it. But there was a very dramatic event in 19, we had the center of the city all stuck. The cars could not ride. And in the center of the city, we had all that flood going and entering the tunnel of Anhangabaú. It was very dramatic. The people were desperate, leaving the car, using the window of the car to leave. And from then onwards, the mayor, the city hall decided that we should simply stop with it. We had Brazilian and the international experts to avoid the thing to happen again, the disaster to happen again, let us say. It was an emergency in the capital. So let us say, in this century, CGE started working
o CGE é como se fosse braço tecnológico aí da prefeitura.
Technology
então,
aspects.
tudo que é informação
So everything that we
tempo,
have in terms
clima,
of information
dados
concerning
de chuva,
wind,
o CGE fornece para os diversos
rain,
órgãos da prefeitura.
this information is passed
então, ele atua em
to
conjunto
several
com as
divisions of the City Hall.
Civil,
So, and we work with the
e
sub-city
com
halls,
órgãos,
with the fire department, with the police, etc.
Social,
As social assistance, supplying information,
inclusive a CT.
including
então,
for the people that control the transit, the traffic. So, it's a mega structure.
Que cresceu ao longo de todos esses 20
and
anos,
been growing and
é um
growing.
sistema descentralizado,
It's decentralized
tem
system,
várias subprefeituras,
has several
temos vários grupamentos
sub-city
de Corpo de
halls,
Bombeiro, Águia,
and other departments,
mas que consegue atuar de forma coordenada.
We are able to coordinate everything
centro de controle integrado,
based on an integrated control center using the Secretariat of the Sub-City Halls and the information of CGE, going ahead to avoid extreme events.
Hoje,
Nowadays,
20 anos depois
20 years after the CGE
investimento,
started
nessa
investing
mega
in this
estrutura que a
mega
Prefeitura de São Paulo
structure,
fez, a gente pode dizer
we are
que
able
São
to say
Paulo é
that
uma
São
das
Paulo is
capitais
one of the
melhor
capitals of the
preparada
world that are
para
better
enfrentar
prepared
esses
to
eventos,
face these
de
events
chuvas intensas,
of
se não for a mais
intense
preparada do
rain,
mundo.
if
A
not
gente vê
the
que quando a gente tem
best
evento
prepared
extremo
all over
desse
the
de
world.
200 milímetros,
If you consider
150
200
milímetros em outros
millimeters
locais do mundo,
in other places of the
a
world,
situação
the
fica
situation
bem
is worse,
consideravelmente ruim, não é?
is bad.
E além disso, além de toda essa estrutura, São Paulo também
This
tem a
structure points
questão
out
do
that
pessoal da
São
limpeza.
Paulo
Então,
is
logo
having the
após
support
evento
of
como
people that
esse,
do the
a
cleaning.
chuva para,
After the
1
rain,
2 horas depois,
1 or 2 hours after
o
that,
pessoal já limpou, a CT
people
já começa a
that
liberar o
work with
trânsito
cleaning
e se restaura a
have
normalidade.
already worked
Então,
on
além de
it,
uma
and
resposta
normality
relativamente
comes
rápida,
back.
né, para
So it's a
mitigar
quick
essa
response
questão de
to
toda essa chuva,
mitigate
a
the
gente ainda
question
tem
of
retorno
excessive
rápido,
rain,
relativamente rápido na
and
medida do
the
possível,
cleaning
claro,
is
à
also
normalidade.
fast, back
Tá?
to normality.
Então, o CGE acaba
So
trabalhando
CGE
nesse ponto e
works
também
in this
no
point as well,
fornecimento de dados. Não é?
focusing on
Então,
data.
a gente hoje tem
Nowadays
grande
we
banco de
have
dados que, inclusive,
a
serve para
big
balizar
database that is used
as intervenções
to show the
estruturais.
interventions, the structural
A
interventions.
Secretaria de Infraestrutura Urbana e Obras utiliza
So
esses dados do
the
CGE para
Secretariat of
dimensionar,
Works
não é,
use it,
as obras. Não é?
Urban Works,
E dentro de tudo isso,
and
né,
with
a
all
gente
that,
vem observando,
we observe
claro, com os dados do CGE,
that
do
with the
INEP, que
data
tem,
that we
né, uma
have,
série histórica maior, que
what
ao
we
longo do tempo que a
conclude is
cidade
that
foi
along the
crescendo,
time,
a gente teve, sim, um aumento, uma
we had an
elevação nas
increase
temperaturas,
of temperature,
uma drástica diminuição na
drastic
umidade relativa
diminishing
do ar,
of the relative
só que
humidity
as
of the
chuvas
air,
não
but the
apresentam
rains do
uma
not
tendência
present
muito clara,
a
né?
trend
Ela
that's
tem
very
uma grande
clear,
variabilidade climática, alguns
because
anos
we
chove
have
mais,
variety in
outros
terms of
chove
climate.
menos. Isso depende de vários
It
fatores,
depends on
El
several
Niño,
factors,
Laninha, a temperatura do Oceano Atlântico
temperatures
aqui, né?
of the
Mas o
ocean,
que a gente
etc.
tira disso?
But
Não é?
what's the conclusion?
Nós estamos
We are
intensificando os extremos.
intensifying
Tá?
the
Então a gente tem
extremes.
o que hoje? Nós
What do we
temos
have?
mais calor,
It's hotter,
menos umidade,
warmer,
não é?
less
menos
humid,
garoa, mais temporais
less light
e mais
rain,
poluição.
and
né?
more pollution.
Então São Paulo aos
São
poucos
Paulo,
deixou de ser
little
a terra
by
da
little,
garoa,
is not the
não é? E hoje é a terra do
land
temporal
of
no verão
small
e
spring
da,
rain.
da seca no
So
inverno. A gente tem períodos
we
mais
have
prolongados de
periods that are
estiagem que antes
longer
não
in
havia.
terms of dry
E, claro, a
season.
gente fala aqui, eu fazendo um link agora com
doing a link
a
now
mudança climática,
with
né?
climate
A
change.
gente sempre imagina
We
que a
would
mudança
say
climática é global,
that globally
mas a gente tem um
speaking,
fator local que foi muito forte aqui em
it's
São
more or
Paulo,
less the same.
né?
No,
A
there is a
supressão da mata,
local factor,
e ele até mascara um
and
pouco, a gente não
it
percebe tanto o efeito
disguises the
da mudança
effect
climática global aqui
in
em São
terms
Paulo,
of
quando a gente olha os dados,
global
porque, na
change.
verdade, a mudança local foi
The
muito
local
intensa,
change
não é?
is intense and
E
was
dentro de tudo isso, a
intense.
permeabilização da
And
cidade
so
vários
doing the
estudos mostram, por
impermeabilization
exemplo,
of
uma
the
área
city,
vegetada,
if
as
you
árvores,
have
elas
an area
acabam
with
bombeando de
vegetation,
volta para a
it
atmosfera
pumps back
cerca
to
de
the
60 a
atmosphere
70% do que cai
60%
em forma de
of
chuva.
what
Ou seja,
comes in
além de
the
ajudar
form
né,
of
com as
rain.
raízes na
So
permeabilidade do
the
solo, né, a
drizzle that
infiltração da
was the
água,
characteristic
ela
of
ainda
São
pega
Paulo
praticamente
does
60 a
not exist
70% do que
anymore,
cai
not with the same
e põe de
intensity.
volta na atmosfera
So
na forma de evapotranspiração.
we have
Então, a gente
vapor
vê que é muito
transpiration
importante essa
nowadays.
questão
So it's
dos jardins de
important
chuva, dos parques
having
lineares que
the
estão
rain
sendo feitos
gardens, the
também,
linear
projeto né, ao longo
parks,
dos rios Pinheiros e
along
Tietê,
the
todos os
rivers, Rio
parques, as áreas
Pinheiros,
vegetadas que estão sendo
and the
recuperadas na
vegetation
cidade de São
area
Paulo,
that is
à
being
disposição do Rio
regained in São
Pinheiros. Né?
Paulo,
E ontem também
in
o
Rio
pessoal da Sabesp aqui
Pinheiros.
mostrou
Yesterday, Sabesp people
no,
pointed out
das áreas de mananciais da cidade,
the
não é? Que eles estão
water
também
source
tentando
areas
recuperar,
that they are trying to
deixar as
regain
beiras das represas
near
com
the
área de várzea,
dams,
né,
having
e
a larger area.
Tudo isso é muito importante. Por quê? Porque
So
todas
this is very
essas
important because all these actions,
é uma tarefa faraônica, sim, é uma
okay,
tarefa faraônica,
difficult
replantar
tasks,
grande parte
yes,
da vegetação.
pharaonic,
Mas tudo
but
isso vai cada
all
vez mais
that
ajudar a minimizar,
helps
a mitigar
to minimize
os
and
efeitos né,
mitigates
desses
the
grandes temporais
effects
aqui em São Paulo.
of big
Então, tudo
floods
isso
or
é
big
a
storms,
experiência
I would
não é,
say,
de
in
São
São
Paulo,
Paulo.
Não só
So
no
not
sentido
only
da prefeitura, dessa mega
concerning the
estrutura que
city
eu citei,
hall
não é?
and its
Mas a
mega
própria população
structures,
de São Paulo,
the
ao
population
longo
of São
de todos
Paulo
esses anos,
along these years
acostumou a conviver com as
is
chuvas.
used to
Acabou sendo como se fosse um treinamento,
storms.
não é?
It's
Como
a
você tem no
training,
Japão,
let us say.
tem o treinamento para terremoto,
Training
eles fazem sempre,
for
não é?
earthquake in some
Aqui,
countries.
todo
Here
verão
we
a
have
gente
the
tem eventos
training for
de chuva, né?
storms,
Eventos extremos, e o pessoal
extreme
começou a acostumar com isso. Tanto que
things
no
that we got
começo,
used to.
por exemplo, a
In the
CT
beginning,
punha a barreira no lugar alagado para o
the
pessoal não entrar
traffic
com o
was
carro lá, eles
controlled
aceleravam e furavam a
and
barreira, tá certo?
with
Hoje
blocks.
não, hoje eles olham lá, olha,
Nowadays,
está
people
fechado,
respect
realmente
the blocks. In
não
the
vou
past,
ali
they
porque
used
ali
simply
eu não vou
to
conseguir passar.
bump the blocks.
Então, tudo isso nos
So
trouxe
all
aonde
that
a gente está
has
hoje.
shown us
E
acknowledgement,
fico muito feliz
awareness.
até
I'm very happy to
de
point
todas
that out.
as palestras que a gente,
Every
as
talk we
apresentações que a
have
gente viu
here,
aqui, não é?
you
Que a
listen
gente está
to,
dando um passo à frente, não é agora? São Paulo
they
está
show
dando mais
that
um
we are
passo
having a
adiante.
step ahead.
Com essas novas iniciativas,
With these
não é?
initiatives,
Com
new
o
initiatives,
Seclima,
with
então tudo isso
Seclima,
vai favorecer, pelo menos a
everything
gente
is
mitigar e
favorable.
tentar
We
até
mitigate
melhorar essa
and try
questão,
to
voltar um pouco atrás, não é? Essa
the
questão da
situation.
impermeabilização, trazer um solo mais permeável e
having a
melhorar
more
a qualidade de vida
soil,
e,
improving
né, com
life
relação a essa
quality
questão das
in
enchentes e
terms
dos
of
eventos extremos aqui em
floods
São
and
Paulo.
extreme events in São
Obrigado.
Paulo. Thank you.
Obrigado a todos. Obrigado, secretário Modonese. Obrigado, Flávio.
Thank you,
Doutora
Flávio, Donese,
Tatiana. Obrigado,
doutora Tatiana,
Ronaldo. Mais uma vez, Michel. A
and
todos
Michel,
pelas contribuições,
for the
pelos
contributions.
insights. Uma mesa muito interessante, falas muito coerentes. Então, está encerrado essa dobradinha
closing
e
the
agora
section now,
terá início o painel 13,
and
que
we'll
tratará
start
de
13th panel,
gestão de resíduos.
talking about waste
Passo, então, ao meu
management.
colega Ivanilton aqui
Ivanilton
a
will take the
palavra
floor now.
e a condução desse trabalho. Muito obrigado.
Só um minutinho, pessoal, e a gente já retoma.
We'll come back in a few seconds.
Vamos lá? Dando continuidade agora ao painel que trata de resíduos, gestão de resíduos. Eu convido, portanto, para vir para a mesa.
Let's make the table.
O gerente de planejamento, normas e regulamento e responsável pelo programa socioambiental
for the program Social Environmental em São Paulo, Túlio Barroso. Social Environmental Program in the state of São Paulo.
Também convido a gerente sênior de relações institucionais e governamentais da Unilever,
Unilever, Juliana Marra, of Unilever.
E convidamos agora o mestre em Direito Ambiental,
Master in Environmental Law and Security, coordinator of the Committee of Integration of the Secretariat of Infrastructure and Environment in the State of São Paulo, Mr. José Valverde.
Nesta mesa também teríamos a presença do diretor-presidente da ABRELP, Dr. Carlos Silva Filho,
President of ABRELP, Carlos Filho, that is a bit late. So we start with Mr. Túlio Barroso.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Queria parabenizar a Secretaria de Relações
Congratulations
o especial Carlos Fernandes pelo evento.
This event,
muito bacana, a gente
very good.
Fazer uma pré-copa
bem interessante. Pré Cop, very interesting. Because we prepared for the theme, knowing the city in a better way. Very cool.
Agora a gente vai falar
Now,
pouco de
we talk a
resíduos.
little
O tema de resíduo,
bit about
dele no inventário de
waste.
emissões ele ser o terceiro,
Of course, it's the
ele
third
não é tão relevante nos
in
emissões,
terms
mas
of
ele
comparison
tem uma
to the
característica muito legal que todo mundo
emissions,
conhece.
but everybody
dentro da
knows it
casa,
very
ele tem
well. It's in the house,
perspectiva muito significativa
it's very
nas
significant
pessoas e na
in the
população.
life of people.
Eu vou apresentar um pouco
I'll
do
present a
geral da
bit
cidade e das
of the
metas que a gente
city
tem
in general
de
and the
emissões
targets we have
relacionadas a
concerning
resíduos.
emission related to
Pode colocar a
waste.
apresentação. Pode passar. Queria falar um pouco de Anlurb. O que é
Talking
Anlurb?
about
Anlurb é a Autoridade
Anlurb,
Municipal de Limpeza Urbana.
it's the
Anlurb é
City
uma autoridade da cidade
Hall
de São Paulo
Authority for
que cuida da
cleaning,
limpeza urbana da cidade. Coleta
urban
de
cleaning,
resíduos, limpeza
collection
de
of
monumentos,
waste,
das ruas,
cleaning the
da varrição.
monuments, the
Essa que é a
streets,
Anlurb.
sweeping.
A Anlurb ela
That's
tem
Anlurb.
o PGIRS como
Anlurb
seu,
has the PGIS
o seu plano diretor,
as
é ele
its
que dá a
master
direção
plan,
da
giving the
cidade, é ele
guideline
que tem as metas, é o plano de
and
gerenciamento
showing
integrado
the
dos resíduos
objectives in
sólidos.
the city.
Apesar das metas do PGIRS,
Despite
a Anlurb ela
the
introduz as
guidelines, we
políticas
have
públicas. Então, ela é
other
uma editora de
policies,
políticas
public
públicas
policies
na cidade de São Paulo.
in the city
E
of São
sempre
Paulo.
pensando na melhor qualidade ambiental
And we
do
look
município.
for the best quality in terms of environment
pouco do
for the
panorama geral de
city.
resíduos,
A little bit of the
são
landscape
números
concerning
astronômicos.
waste,
Então,
astronomic
a
figures.
a
The
prefeitura ela
city,
coleta aproximadamente
the
18
city
mil
hall
toneladas
collects
de resíduo
approx
por dia.
80,000 tons of
Aproximadamente
debris
65%, 12 mil
per
toneladas,
day.
são de domiciliar,
12,000
residencial,
of
resíduo
it
da população.
residences
Pode passar.
and the rest
Para ter uma
of the
ideia,
population.
é equivalente a 18
So
piscinas
it
olímpicas
is
cheias
like
de lixo todo dia que é coletado na cidade
Olympic
de São Paulo.
pools
18 mil
full
veículos
of debris,
populares, é a
full
mesma
of
dimensão
waste. It's
da
like
quantidade de resíduo.
thousands of vehicles
O
that have
PGIRS,
to be
como eu
used.
falei, o PGIRS é o
Loss
nosso guia norteador. É por ele que a gente
is our,
que as metas
the
da
loss
cidade
is
de
what
resíduo, de
guides us
tratamento,
to see the
de
treatment
gestão de resíduo,
and management
espelha.
of
Então, o PGIRS,
waste.
ele é bem,
The PGIRS
ele vai bem com a
it works
a
well
pirâmide invertida, que
with
é
that
primeiro caso,
inversion, which is
prevenção,
the
não
first
geração
case
de resíduo.
prevention,
Então,
not
qual que é o
generating
nosso
waste.
mundo ideal?
So
Não
our
gerar.
ideal
Quanto menos
world
gerar,
is
melhor.
not generated. The
Segundo
less
passo,
you generate, better.
reutilização. Se você não
Second
consegue
step,
gerar, então você
reutilization,
foca em
reuse.
reutilizar.
Then
Eu comprei uma garrafa,
you
em vez
focus
de eu
on
comprar outra, eu
reusing.
vou
I
reutilizar
bought
ela com
a
água, alguma
bottle,
coisa,
I'll use it, I
artesanato,
reuse it
alguma outra
for
ideia. Se você não
handwork,
conseguiu reutilizar, ao menos você
handcraft,
recicla, então. É a
or recycle it. Recycling is the third step. If you couldn't reuse, then recycle. Next step is recovering energy, methano, composters. You couldn't recycle, then instead of sending it to be buried, then you send it somewhere to produce energy. And the last step is to the big dump. If you weren't able to do anything like this, recuperate, recycle, then you send it to the dump adequately, so it won't contaminate the environment. The goals of Pan-Clima is to use these ones in PEJURs. We use PEJURs as goals foreseen because the goals are complete, are actual. Even though we are ambitious in some factors, there are goals that were fixed previously. So if there's the recycling, compostage, and next slide. The actions of recycling is very directed for collective gathering, either by PEV, in this container where you can hand it out voluntarily, or door by door the truck comes and collects it. The idea is to increase the quantity of selections, increase the program, social collective waste collection, increase the capacity, and recycle paper and plastics. There are very many actions in reference to this. Second step is the compostage. Maximize it. We have a project in São Paulo. It's a program called Peras, Pairs and Sustainable Gardens. We have compostage in the city, Lapa, Sé, Moca, and Matarazzo and São Mateus. These parts of the city, they receive fruits and vegetables from the markets. There's a graph that shows the evolution of quantity it was received. The last year, we were able to get more than 10,000 tons of organics and generated more than 2,000 tons of compost. And these are the actions from the population. If you don't know, you can go to one of these patios and check this. You can get bags, plastic bags for 100 liters to do this compostage. And we use it also for some actions of the mayors, of the green to plant, and you can use resources from the city to plant things. So these three compositions are a very good program. It's a compostage decentralized in various places. Our goal is that we have 10% of the markets, and we want to come to 50%, increasing the patios and the quantity of production of each place. The most impacted area, the stronger, is to plan eco-parks. What's an eco-park? They're big units that gather waste, so you can treat it mechanically or ideologically. So it would be dumped and there goes through technologies, what Europe does, things of the first world. And Brazil has to start doing it, especially the city of São Paulo. So you have 3 pictures of other units, big units, and there you will have mechanical segregation of recycling, goes through a machine instead of being dumped. Everything that can be recycled, plastic, they will taken away from there and be recycled. After that, there's the organic that can be used for biometallization of organic. It's tunnels that you can take the methanic from the organic, produce energy, or even can be used in the fleet that collects the residues and waste. And the material that's not good, it can be sold or used for landfill. In the eco park is stabilized. It doesn't generate anything. You have a stabilized organic. And what was left over and you cannot recycle or methanize or compostate, we use it to produce energy in great energetic stations. The eco parks are to do this composting from the houses into landfills. It has no treatment. To implement eco parks is the idea to have a pre-treatment. 10% that gets into eco park goes to the landfill, only 80%. So only 20% is rejected. When you talk about eco park, but we don't have it in São Paulo yet, but we have the project. It was made together with Isabel and CTAC, a viability study for technical economic study close to Santo Amaro. This is a study which is ready in conceptual and we are evaluating it. It's 920 billion reais for this project. It generates energy equal to 60% of São Paulo's illumination. So one eco park, it will receive more or less 3,000 tons of waste, equates to 30 or 40% of the material of houses, comes from houses. Only for one eco park, the mitigation of the greenhouse gases, 250,000 tons a year. Less in the atmosphere. So besides the gain of the material, you also have logistic gain. Instead of the truck going from Santo Amaro to the east side of the city, it can be done right there. It's a park of 350,000 square meters next to the Santo Amaro station of transport. And it has its environmental state. Urbanly, they will have to know what's happening, not just put the waste out and see, I closed the door and the waste went away. No, you have to know where it goes, what you have to do with it, and what's good for, and the population will be absolutely integrated in this project. Here we have just one more explanation of the place. There's the side of Miguel Yunes, an old landfill near Interlagos. In this project, we will have a thermic treatment and environmental treatment, methanization via composting, small greenhouse, and you have a cycle path, and it will increase 25 kilometers because instead of taking it away, it's going to go through the plant. It will go next to the machinery. It's a closed tunnel by glass, and you can cycle through it and see what's happening. And this increases the cycle lane. So This idea for São Paulo is not just to have one eco park in São Paulo. This is the first one. But the plan of climate plan, we will have at least 4 eco parks. We want to have zero waste thrown into a landfill without being treated. So all waste will be composting, recycled, only goes to the landfill. It has no other way to be recovered. Went through machinery, that's what happens in the world and what São Paulo is trying to do presently. All these actions, we always think of stability, so we have to think about the economic and social and the environmental profile. I say that the city is going through a unique moment. You have the part of waste. If you see the laws in all the situations that we are going through, I say that the stars are getting aligned to make a very nice change in São Paulo. The city is going through a revision of PGs to integrate solid residues, solid waste. We are in the revising stage. We have future goals. And the city is going through administrative reformulation. So the old laws that stop some things, they have to be changed. We have a new stage, environmental stage in the city, the system of management of waste. We cannot continue taking money from the treasury, from health, to treat the waste. So the idea is to implement, because that generate more, so we have taxes that generate more, they have to treat more. They'll have to pay for that. Who recycles more pays less. And the mayor is aligned in this mechanism, did an event illustrating what the population has to do. And besides all this, and revision, in transition, and the regulatory mark, we have all the conception that does the collection and destination of the waste. They have a contract of 20 years that starts in 24. So as from next year, they will start the discussions if the contract will be renewed or cancelled. Independently of the two, there will be discussions for the new goals of the contract. So you have all the factors together. The city just has to put it in practice. Move São Paulo from the beginning, initial, and to a level of the European cities in reference to waste management. It's a unique opportunity we have in São Paulo. I'm sure we're going to take good chance to understand it and have success. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Túlio Barroso. Now we'll give the floor to Juliana Marques. Juliana Mara.
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon.
Tá, não? Tá? Acho que tá, né? Tem que falar um pouquinho mais perto. Eu tenho uma apresentação, se puderem
My presentation, if you could
agradeço. Mas enquanto
show
isso,
it,
vou me apresentando.
please.
Então, eu trabalho na Unilever.
I work at Unilever.
Trabalho já há bastante tempo lá.
For a long time already.
E venho aqui hoje para contribuir pouquinho.
I want to contribute in a way for these residues issues and tell you what is Unilever. It's a multinational company that has some factories in Brazil. We are for 92 years in Brazil. We are very Brazilian. And we have are present in many homes in Brazil. Our portfolio is for cleaning, food, and everything that people uses. Our brands are always present in all homes. We talk a little bit about waste sustainability as a whole. We launched some years ago, 2010, a global sustainability plan that at the time it was very innovating and was associated to the growth of the company with the environmental impact. So it's something quite new, saying that the company would continue growing, the size, more sales, profitability, and so on, but reducing the impact. So it's very, I put a lot of emphasis in this, and practically all our areas implemented these, which were related to these waste. They There's a problem? No. With the slides. I will continue talking even though. It's 2020 we launched updating of these. And because it's a global company, we need to have goals to be able to deliver. We say that our vision we want to be leader in and show as a model of business guided by propositions and point for the future to better the development in the superior part of our industry. So brands with people with proposals. In these commitments, when we talk about the pillar that was shown now, it goes much ahead than talking about ESG, the governance and political and social. It has three big pillars. One, to improve the planet's health. So it's linked to all the environmental goals about waste. Another one is to improve the health, confidence, and welfare of people, because most of our brands talks about health, self-esteem. Some women perhaps will remember the campaign of Real Beauty. This brand doesn't use models, it uses actual women with their natural hair, as we all have here. That's why it has this pillar. And the other one that talks about more social issues to contribute to a more just and inclusive world. We'll talk more about the planet, and within the improving health in the planet, this has a beautiful name to become didactic. It's for the consumer to understand better our objective. It's three big fronts. I will show you on the slide when it comes up. One talks about climate action to improve the emissions until 2039 and zero emission until 2030. It's not very simple, and I'm going to talk now about waste, which is our panel. We have here some goals which are to diminish 50% plastic usage, coming to absolute 100,000 tons, 25% of plastic recycled of our packaging until 2025. This is an important goal, to use more plastic than what we put into the market. Everybody asks why, but we don't have an answer to everything. Also, because it's not only Brazil, it's the world, but our ambition is to be able to collect more plastic than what we generate. I'm talking specifically about our packaging. 100% of recycling plastic or compostating and reduce to half the waste of food until 2025 and maintain the zero dumping in our operations. In the other slide, we speak more about strategy focused on plastics and why we focus so much on plastic. Great part of our portfolio of items are produced, products which are either in the bathroom or in the fridge. Generally, they in plastic, in durability, and item. It's something liquid. It can be better put in plastic.
Limpeza não podem estar em embalagem de vidro, por exemplo. Essa é uma regulamentação da Anvisa, né? Então tem algumas regras. Então por isso que quando a gente pega a pegada dos nossos itens, tem muito item como o Omo, que é o cartucho, né? Que é papel, mas tem muitos shampoos, condicionadores, sabonete e embalagem plástica. Por isso a estratégia de resíduos da Unilever hoje é muito focada nessa questão do plástico. Fora tudo que já se tem hoje de estudos, etc., da quantidade de plástico que tem destinado incorretamente. Então a gente tem um nível de responsabilidade que está dentro de casa, que é o seguinte, a gente foca em três pilares que são menos plásticos, melhores plásticos e nenhum plástico. Né? Para a gente chegar em nenhum plástico, nós vamos passar por esses dois anteriores que eu falei. Quando a gente fala de menos plástico, o grande exemplo aí que a gente tem são os produtos concentrados e os produtos que a gente fala que é para diluir. Alguns de vocês já devem ter visto, espero que vários, né? O Omo para diluir. Então, é uma garrafa menorzinha,
you receive a smaller bottle, you prepare it at home, but then you use less packaging to have the same quantity, and so you reuse that packaging several times at your home. This is a very good way. Second one, the refuse, the sachet. Also, you can recycle depending on the material, and the amount of plastic, absolute plastic, you have less plastic in that bottle. So, when I say plastic, that's the technology, inclusion of resins in the packaging. When you prefer to say better plastic, it is that you are recycling. It's not virgin plastic. Plastic per se has a technology that's recent, it's pulpit. In the next years, we will transform our bottles.
Eu estou no slide 4, salvo engano.
If I'm not mistaken, I am on slide 4.
Então, essas embalagens que estão na parte do nenhum plástico é uma tecnologia que papel,
it's a new technology.
Tem um tratamento suficiente, é uma tecnologia tem uma patente e tudo mais, suficiente para fazer com que o líquido que está ali dentro não fica aquela coisa tudo molhada. Então, a gente vem evoluindo nesse sentido.
We are progressing. It's already registered. It's trademark already. It's a progressing form. So that's our ambition. Next slide.
Tem alguns exemplos de maneira bem prática, né?
Very practical ways.
Juliana, mas o que você quer dizer com
What do you want to say with that, Juliana? Inclusion in the recycling network. It means that brands that we have,
Love, Beauty Planet,
talking about loving the planet,
Dove,
and beauty,
todas essas marcas nossas,
all these brands, depending on the color of the packaging,
mais pela cor mesmo,
more color than any
o
other
sucesso de inclusão dessa
subject.
resina
It's
reciclada.
the
Existe
the
nível
success of
de
inclusion
dificuldade
of
técnica
this
com
recycled
relação a
resin.
cheiro, com relação à aparência,
It's also
mas também
considered
existe
the
nível
smell,
de dificuldade de encontrar a resina,
format,
nesse caso do polietileno de alta
in the
densidade.
case of resin of
Isso aqui advém
with
de tudo que foi
PP
falado
of high
antes, sobre a
density.
questão de tudo que a gente precisa ainda
It's in
evoluir
fact
a respeito de coleta seletiva,
presenting that
separação
we have
e da
to
responsabilidade
progress
de cada
and we have to be
indivíduo.
responsible,
Então,
every individual.
esse número vem crescendo
This number is growing,
exponencialmente
expanding
e a gente acredita
exponentially,
muito
and we believe
que
that
a gente vai ter,
we will
dentro em breve,
have
um portfólio,
very soon a
se não
portfolio
completo, com quase todo ele igual ao
almost complete
3CM, que utiliza
to
nas
the 3CM
garrafas 100% de resina reciclada. Né?
using
Esse é o
in
nosso
the bottles
objetivo. Quando a gente vai para a
100%
linha,
of
próximo slide,
recycled
por
resin.
favor, para a linha de limpeza,
Concerning
que tem
cleaning
uma marca
material,
que é
a
Omo,
brand that's
Comfort, e
Omo,
essa outra marca
Comfort,
que é sétima geração.
and seventh
Também aí
generation.
tem alguns exemplos com números
Some
bem
examples
altos. Né?
with
A
high
gente tem um
numbers.
exercício,
There is
essa
an
alguém me perguntava se
exercise.
eventualmente qual é a
If you ask me,
dificuldade
what's the
interna.
difficulty
Existe
internally?
um exercício interno entre
There is
as
a
áreas
domestic
muito importante de
exercise
escolhas. Né?
of
Então,
choice.
eventualmente, para
Eventually,
lançar um novo
going
cheiro, né?
ahead,
uma nova
let us say,
variante de comfort,
the new scent,
se o
a new way
desejo
of
da cor
having
da garrafa for
comfort,
muito
the
específico, muito
color of the
determinado
bottle
pela área de marketing, eventualmente
that
a
is
gente consegue
chosen
ter
by
menores
marketing,
índices. Então,
maybe we'll
qual que é
have less
o
problem.
esforço
What's the effort
que a Unilever
that
faz
Unilever
hoje?
is doing nowadays?
Outras áreas, como a área de
Other
compra,
areas
como a nossa,
like ours,
e também
purchase,
a área
etc.,
técnica,
and the
consigam
technical
explicar o
area.
benefício
You
das
have to explain
escolhas
the benefit of
que hoje a gente
choices
tem
that we have today
para oferecer
to
na
offer.
gôndola. Então, por que a gente não
Why
escolhe,
to the
por exemplo, garrafas mais
public, for
escuras e
instance?
consegue incluir mais resina? Então, esse é um
Should we
exercício
have
que
darker
se faz a todo
bottles
momento.
with more
Tá?
resin?
Tudo isso, né, ao longo
Everything
desses últimos
has
anos,
to be considered.
eu até fiquei
Is being
um pouco de
considered
vergonha
over
de
the
falar das
last
minhas
years.
toneladas, depois que
You
você
see,
contou
talking
de
about
tanta
tons
tonelada que tem de
and
resíduo aqui em São
tons
Paulo,
of
mas é
waste
claro,
that we have
não
in
dá para
town.
comparar com
After
o
we
dia de uma
listen to
cidade,
that,
mas
of
a gente
course,
vem nesse
it
esforço de inclusão
scales, but
dessa
we
resina
see this effort
já
of
com uma
inclusion of the resin
12.800 toneladas de
with
plástico pós-consumo deixaram então, de ser destinadas,
2,800.
justamente porque a gente reutilizou,
We
elas retornaram para as
If
nossas
we
embalagens.
reuse,
Isso
they
é o,
will be
é o
smaller and
equivalente
smaller in
a
quantity.
17.000 toneladas
It
de
corresponds
CO2 que
to
deixaram de ser
7,000
emitidas.
tons
Lembrando
of
que nós estamos aqui
CO2.
falando de emissões nesse evento Pré
So
Cop26.
if we're talking about
Então,
emissions,
é
that's the
desse
result.
esforço, né,
The
se puder
effort.
ir para o próximo, de tudo isso que a gente faz, a
Everything
gente
that we
acredita que a
do,
gente tem o
we
direito, a
believe
gente,
that we have the
inclusive,
right.
tem bastante claro isso de
It's clear
posicionar e
to
dizer qual que é o nosso
position ourselves
desejo
and say,
a
what do
respeito do
we
que
want?
aconteça nesse evento, né, nessa pré-COP,
That's what
da
we
participação
want.
brasileira,
And
que em
this
São Paulo tem
Pré-Cop
muito
em São Paulo,
a somar dentro disso,
seeing what
a
we
respeito do que
want,
se espera
what
da
we expect
COP26. Então, a gente
in
tem
COP26.
3 grandes pontos. Um deles
This
é melhorar a NDC
big
para não ultrapassar
points,
1,5 graus
improving,
Celsius
not
de
to
aumento
going
de temperatura.
over
O outro é criar um plano de
1.5
recuperação
grade in
justa e resiliente.
temperature,
E o
and
suporte às soluções
resilience,
baseadas na
and support to
natureza. Todos esses
conditions
itens têm
that
detalhes
required by
também
nature.
junto com eles, como por
Nature,
exemplo,
sorry. For
e
instance,
a gente não tem problema em falar isso,
if we have
por
no
ser
problem to
indústria,
talk
mas
about it,
um dos exemplos,
we
por
are
exemplo, é
industries.
interromper
One example,
incentivos públicos e
interrupt
subsídios
the
para fontes de
subsides
energias não
for
renováveis.
points of energy that
Então,
are
isso é
not
uma coisa que
renewable.
precisa acabar
That's
e
something that we
precisa
have to
ter,
eliminate.
eventualmente, um estímulo às
Eventually,
outras energias.
we
Isso
have
sim
to
faz mais
consider that
sentido.
in terms
Né?
of energy. It
Então,
makes more
de
sense.
forma geral,
In a
aqui estão os
general
nossos
sense,
desejos para a
our
COP,
wishes
mas
for the
a gente tem um compromisso
COP26.
de tempo, eu também não quero passar.
I cannot go farther
O que eu
due
queria
to
deixar
time
bastante
constraint,
claro aqui é
but food for
que
thought.
todo esse tema de resíduos, né, de
Concerning
gestão de resíduos,
waste,
ele tem uma
the
responsabilidade, aí o
theme
meu caro
represents
Valverde vai
responsibility.
saber,
Carlos Valverde will talk
professor
about it.
sobre
He's
isso,
a professor
da
on the theme.
responsabilidade compartilhada, que a própria
Shared
política nacional dos resíduos sólidos traz. Né? Mas a
Something
gente
you
quer
can
falar da nossa
register.
responsabilidade, eu não vou falar
What's
da
our
responsabilidade
responsibility?
do governo ou
I'm
do
not talking
cidadão,
about the
eu só fico
governments.
com o microfone como empresa.
or anybody else.
Então,
I'm
a gente
here
faz parte de um programa
as an
bastante
entrepreneur.
conhecido que se chama Dê a Mão para o Futuro,
We
que é
are
parte
in a program
da
that's
nossa
named Hand in Hand
responsabilidade para
for the
cumprimento das
future,
metas
not
do
with the
acordo
future.
setorial.
So,
Mas
in
não
our
apenas,
labs,
por
we're
que eu não o
studying
trouxe aqui como grande
programs.
exemplo? Porque ele é um programa setorial,
This program
tem
is
bastante
sectorial,
sucesso,
with
mas ele
lots
não é
of
proprietário
success,
nosso. E
but it's
não
not
é
our
só de
own.
recuperação
We
que a
don't
gente quer
have the
falar. Esse
ownership,
programa
and it's not
essencialmente
involved in
fala
the
de
regaining,
recuperar o que a gente colocou.
because
O
we
que a
have
gente
to
foca
regain
é em tentar ter cada vez
what
mais
we
embalagens
placed. We
que
want to
sejam
have more and more
reutilizadas e que
packaging that
retornem para
can
a nossa
be
cadeia.
reused and
Na
go back to
forma
the
da economia
production
circular,
chain
seja
in an
plástico, seja
articulated
com outros
way.
itens. Então,
Is
o
it
nosso exercício
plastic
constante
or
é
not?
de
That's our
revisitar o nosso portfólio, as
exercise
tecnologias, para
to
fazer
revisit our
que o nosso
portfolios,
impacto
to
seja cada vez
have
menor
our
ou,
plastic
inclusive,
smaller,
positivo, né? Gerar um impacto positivo.
or
Era isso, espero que eu
generated
tenha
a
sido claro.
positive
Estou à
impact.
disposição
I
para
hope I was
perguntas.
clear,
Obrigada.
and I'm here for Q&A.
Muito obrigado pelas contribuições da senhora Juliana Marra. Antes de
very
passar a
much, Juliana
palavra
Barros.
ao mestre José
We
Valverde,
pass
eu
the
quero
floor
agradecer
to
a
Mestre José
companhia
Valverde, the master in
ainda
the
sempre
subject.
presente conosco,
Now,
das
Isa
pessoas que
was
estão nos
present
acompanhando
with
pelo
us.
YouTube e também
We're
pelo
using
Zoom.
YouTube
Pelo
and
Zoom, as
Zoom.
pessoas credenciadas, um número que
People
atinge
that are
superior a
accredited.
130 participantes.
It's over
Agora, por
130
último, nesse painel,
participants.
o
Last but
mestre
not
José
least,
Valverde.
Master José Valverde.
Obrigado. Bom, senhoras e senhores, boa tarde. É com imensa satisfação que participo aqui da primeira conferência internacional Pré Cop26 São Paulo. Sem dúvida nenhuma, um evento que antecipa a nossa conexão com a COP26, que em próximas semanas se iniciará no Reino Unido, em Glasgow. E aonde esse evento pretende, de uma maneira antecipatória, colocar a demonstração do senso de urgência, das oportunidades, inclusive, que temos de avançar para uma economia neutra em carbono, mas também colocar como um ponto importante aqui a cooperação internacional. Eu sou portador do cumprimento do governador
João Dória, the Vice Governor Rodrigo Garcia, and the Infrastructure Secretary of the State of São Paulo, Engenheiro Marcos Benito. So I greet you via Mrs. Marta Suplicy, Secretary of International Relations in the State of São Paulo, and I greet the organization of this event via our friend Carlos Fernandes, Executive Secretary of Sustainable Development. Same way I greet you all, the colleagues making this table, Túlio, Juliana, people that I had the opportunity to be with, discussing in a propositive way to advance with management of solid waste. The civil society via Zoom or any other media, it's important to be together in this important event. It's here with us from Pernambuco, Judge Gilda Cristina, which is in the family branch, has a big presence in terms of environmental issues. I bring to you something that shows what we are doing nowadays. This afternoon, I use the Agenda 21. We've placed the objectives of sustainable investment, and I have to mention the power and the strategical aspect of think globally and act globally. It's a point that mobilizes the society in relation to what we live as citizens in towns. When the city of São Paulo, due to its protagonism, the metropolis it is, we have an event like that, we add value. We get together around the theme. In the state of São Paulo, the scenario is general. we have in its generation area 40,000 tons of waste, solid waste, urban ones. That's the state. The final destination of it in São Paulo is environmentally it's adequate. If you consider that the state of São Paulo, 97.8% go to landfills, licensed ones. This conformity, environmental conformity, if you compare to sustainability, it imposes several challenges, and I'm sure that COFFE will be the moment for that. As Túlio has said, presenting the projects of the city of São Paulo and progress with what we consider it refers to a challenge concerning solid waste. Figures concerning emissions in the state of São Paulo. The base is 2018, 147 million of tons of CO2 were emitted. So the theme solid waste is 12% in this generation. This is a big challenge. It's placed, including the sector of solid waste, as the third of CO2 in the state of São Paulo. We have energy above it, it's strategically necessary, and the agro-cattle raising, this division. So we have assistance in the Secretariat of Infrastructure to prepare a report that brought us the strategies to be looked for decarboning in the state of São Paulo. Sectors that the state has included in this theme, and so solid waste is included here by us. The potential in terms of project, we have this big problem. Besides the waste, it's necessary to consider the significant alternative related to decarbonation. So, Túlio presented the concept of Apple Park. What's the potential we have to collect the gases in the landfills to transform the biogas, biomethane in energy? We took part in an important plant in the hinterland, Veolia, where we inaugurated an important system of capture of biogas and transformation into energy, electric energy. Following this line, the state of São Paulo is placing itself in relation to the challenge of decarboning ahead of us. What are we doing concerning this connection of the theme of the climate, of the climate change, decarboning? João Dória, governor, on the 20th of July, published the decree 65881 with the adhesions of the state of São Paulo to the campaign Race to Zero in the Convention of the UN concerning climate change. It's an important document of commitment with the targets. Unilever was one of them, contributing to the document. A set of civil society took part, and we have done commitments concerning the axle of solid waste. The focus and guidelines of Estado de São Paulo in this area. So it's time to close. I have 2 minutes to conclude. So I anticipate that.
Vamos lá. As diretrizes do Estado
The
de São Paulo,
guidelines of the
elas
state of
colocam
São
muito
Paulo
na linha da regionalização,
refer to
das novas rotas
regionalization,
tecnológicas,
new
mas
technological routes,
baseia-se
and is
na
based
própria legislação, que é
on
a
the
política
legislation
nacional, que
that's
a
the
Juliana
national policy
aqui
that
mencionou,
Juliana
e
mentioned,
há toda uma
and
conexão
the connection
daquilo que
of
nós temos no
what we
nosso
have
plano
in
de
our
ação
plan
climática com a
concerning
nossa
climate
política de
change
resíduos.
and our
E
policy
com
of
isso, o que eu
waste.
quero dizer? Que
What
o
do I
nosso
want to say with
desafio
that?
aqui no
Our
âmbito do Estado de São
challenge
Paulo
in
é
the state of
buscar
São
a
Paulo is
valorização
looking
dos
for the
resíduos sólidos. Aqui
valuing
no
of the
Estado de São
solid
Paulo, nessa
waste.
gestão, nós
In
temos
this
dado
one, we are
adiante no que
going
diz
ahead
respeito ao aproveitamento
concerning
energético.
the
Isso
use of
significa
energy,
dizer que não há nenhuma
so there is
contradição
no
com aquilo que,
contradiction
inclusive,
with
foi
what
colocado aqui
is
pelo
placed
Túlio, da
by
hierarquia
Túlio
da gestão
concerning
de
the
resíduos
hierarchy
sólidos, sendo o não
of
gerar,
solid
reduzir,
waste
reutilizar, muito também
hierarchy,
na linha que a própria
and the line
Juliana
that
trouxe, são as
Juliana has
premissas que
brought,
orientam aí a
the
Unilever, mas
premises
que nós
that
temos que
guide
dar um passo
Unilever.
adiante,
We
porque
have to go
nós ainda
ahead
no século XXI
because in
fazemos a
the,
gestão dos resíduos
the
como se
centuries,
fazia no
21
século XIX.
centuries,
Então,
we
o
do the
grande
same
desafio
as
do
we
Estado de São
did
Paulo
2
é na linha
centuries
da
ago.
valorização dos resíduos,
And so,
a
In the
regionalização
regionalization
busca
costs
viabilizar
to make it
escala
viable
e
by
viabilidade
scale
econômica
in
para que a
economic
gente possa
viability so
avançar
that we can
nesse tema,
advance
sobretudo dos
in
resíduos
this
sólidos
subject,
urbanos, da
in
mesma
the
maneira
urban
as
waste
novas rotas
and the
tecnológicas
new
que são
technological
fundamentais
routes which are
para o
fundamental
aproveitamento
for
energético e
the
também
improvement in
iniciativas que o
energy
setor empresarial
initiative as the
necessita
entrepreneurship
colocar, que é, por
have to
exemplo,
be
o
put
análise
forward,
do ciclo
the
de vida do
analysis
produto,
of
o
the
ecodesign,
life
porque esses
cycle of the
também
product
são fatores
because they
Eu
are
finalizo
important
dizendo
factors.
aqui
And I end
que
by
há uma
saying that there is
expectativa e
an
perspectiva muito
expectation
grande em
and
relação à
perspective
COP26,
in
no
reference to
sentido de que a agenda
COP26
de
in the
resíduos sólidos
sense that the
se
agenda of
sedimente
waste will be
nesse processo
sedimented
de
in this
descarbonização.
process.
Se fala com propriedade do
We
papel
talk a
da
lot about
agenda
the role
verde
of the
e de outras
green
agendas,
agenda and
mas sem
other
dúvida
agendas,
nenhuma
but
nós temos a expectativa,
undoubtedly we
primeiro, que
have
o
the
mercado de
expectation
carbono
that
se
the
consolide.
carbon
Isso, a
market
própria
will be
cidade de São
consumed.
Paulo
In
foi
São
pioneira em
Paulo was
projetos de
pioneer
NDL
in
para a
NDL
gestão da
to the
captação
issue of
do gás
capturing
da
gas
mitigação dos
and
efeitos
mitigation
de
of
efeito de
the
estufa. Então, nós
greenhouse
temos cases
effects.
do setor agro, traz
So the
também na questão
agro
dos
sector
de
talks
cilindros,
about
por exemplo,
the
grande potencial
waste
na
of
questão do biogás.
porks
Então, a
and
expectativa nossa é que haja
improving
uma
in the
boa
biogas.
regulamentação dos
A
mecanismos
good
de
law for
cooperação
this
voluntária,
regulation,
especialmente ali na questão do
especially
artigo 6
in
do
the
mercado
issue
de
of
carbono,
Article
que a gente
6
possa
in
convergir
carbon
e avançar,
market, and
sobretudo
we
na
can
direção de uma
correct
economia
and advance
zero
in
carbono. E uma outra
economy
coisa que
for
é
carbon
fundamental
and something
para
else that
a
is
agenda de
fundamental for
resíduos sólidos. São
the
os instrumentos
reduction of
econômicos,
waste
a
agenda.
definição de
Is
financiamento
definition
para o
of financing
desenvolvimento
for
de
the
países
development
como
of
o nosso
countries
que estamos
like
em desenvolvimento,
ours that is being
possam
developed now,
investir
that they
nesse
may
grande
invest
processo
in this
transformador
great
que o
transforming
setor de
process
resíduos sólidos
in
precisa.
waste
Aqui, o estado
that
de São
is
Paulo,
needed.
e aí eu finalizo
Here in
mesmo
São
aqui,
Paulo, and I will end
levará
now,
isso,
we'll
orgulho
take
nós,
this,
liderados aí pelo governador
we are
João
very
Dória,
proud of it,
levará o projeto de reflorestamento
to
de São
the
Paulo,
project of
levará o
reforesting
ICMS
São
ambiental,
Paulo,
inclusive,
and
será
also improve the
injeção de
taxes,
recurso na veia dos municípios para resíduos sólidos,
VNC,
e o zoneamento ecológico econômico
VAC
fundamental para o
tax,
desenvolvimento sustentável.
which is
Muito obrigado,
very
parabéns
important
pelo
for the
evento,
sustainable
e que tenhamos aí uma conclusão
effect.
produtiva para a cidade de São
I
Paulo.
hope this
Obrigado a
will
todos.
be very productive for São Paulo City. Thank you very much.
Nós, da Secretaria Municipal de Relações Internacionais,
In the
agradecemos a
Secretary,
participação, as
we
colaborações
thank your
do José
participation
Valverde, Juliana Marra,
of
e também de Túlio
José
Barroso,
Valverde,
nessa
Túlio Barroso,
penúltima
Juliana
painel
Marra in
da
this
Pré-COP. Vamos dar
before
pequeno
last
intervalo e
panel. We will
traremos
stop
o
now.
último painel.
We're
Um
going
intervalo
now.
pouquinho maior.
The-
Pode emendar?
We,
Vamos chamar
they're saying that there will not be a coffee break. We will go straight to the last panel. I wanted to be generous. I wanted to invite you for the coffee break. But let's just finish workshop and go ahead with this. So we're going to put on the next table.
Só mais instantes, estão conectando lá o que vai ser virtual, tá? Então, voltando. Dando continuidade, vamos para o último painel.
Continuing, we go to the last panel, the legislative commissions for environment and what they have done for the environment. We invite to the table State Deputy Marina Elo. Here she is. Marina Elo, she is President of Environment Front and Vice President of Environment. Together we are also with the Vereador Celso Tripoli, Chechelp Tripoli, and we are trying to connect with Paulo Frange because there's a problem in the building about this, the connection. So please, Marina Elo.
Obrigada. Também eu queria tentar a apresentação. Boa tarde a todas e
todos. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I admire this effort from São Paulo to prepare to COP26, so difficult during the pandemic. So it's very important, this national effort for the states, municipalities, to articulate the importance for this preparation for the event that might be fundamental for the way the world is taking. I'll talk a little bit about this. First, I want to thank, in name of Marta Suplicy, the invitation for all in this organization and all the present people here and through internet. I'm very happy to be here with these people that I admire so much. I would also like to say the challenge at the moment, at first, the challenges for the moment. First, I want to present myself as a representative for São Paulo and taking also very seriously the environmental sustainability. We talk about our strategies. As the beginning of my mandate, I was fighting for this. I've been working on it for the past 20 years. For the last 2 years, I'm Vice President for the Assembly Environmental Committee, working with the municipalities of São Paulo to build the project of city and state to respect the environment. I want to show something about our experience to construct a case, the program for basic sanitation and environment in this by law within the state, but also to mention how important it is to be in this space. I believe we are in a critical moment of the humanity in reference to the climate and the time we have and the space of acting, which is very restricted so that we can maintain the conditions of life on Earth in the impact and getting more deeply into this subject, which is related to the light of people and the welfare. Because this is a reality, concrete reality, that when we see the impact of this climate change, we see who will be impacted first. It's the more vulnerable people. So it would be the people in the peripheral people that live in São Paulo. because they lack water and the quality of air, and they always face this. They have less opportunity for employment, and this movement is based on this inequality in a way to superate this in the society. The model is not to ask only the technical perspectives, the emission of carbon and how to preserve the green areas and the relationship to the environment, but also talk about the impact on the human life and where we can improve this to everybody with the new model of development perspective. And that's we are trying to build. It's a project for the country, state, and a project that I was able to think for São Paulo, and I was a candidate to be mayor in São Paulo in the last elections, and to construct this in the city. And we have various proposals for the city of São Paulo, which are very interesting, and I liked it very much. And the presence we have in the country to be a model and in a city which is really sustainable. So I'm going to tell you what we are constructing in the assembly.
Pode passar. Eu vou virar porque, olha, daqui até ali eu não enxergo de jeito nenhum.
I can't see the slide from here, so I have to look on my back here. I want to share with you because when we talked about environment, our focus was for the basic sanitation for the state, because it's seriously for hybrid safety, lack of water. We know presently that Brazil is only an agriculture potential because we are a hydric potential and we have a forest potential. We take the forest down, we lose the water, and we put the lives of the people in risk. So as from the perspective and national environment to the deforestation, to the management of the state in reference to water. Here we're talking about checking this and looking into the crisis we had in 2014. We saw that we bought many pipelines, a lot of pipelines in urgency, spent millions of reais, and nothing was done, and so we have the same problem. So we see that trees and
a perspectiva do saneamento básico.
The perspective of wastewater, and when we're talking about health and quality of waters. In the beginning, we focused on this environmental front, and due to the absence of accumulation and interest on this theme, we decided to use this space that is connected with the movements and organizations and with the academia, and we decided to get all the themes concerning environment to be discussed. And so we have 4 groups of work, so water and wastewater treatment is linked here, so I'll talk a little bit of what we've done in this sense.
I'll
talk about the role of the Committee of Environment, and it has to do with environment, of course, and the focus is the public sector, the entrepreneurship, and the representatives of the citizens to do an agenda. We want to persist on this path in this structure in the legislative power, focus on water and wastewater treatment. We also are focused on the security and safety in the area of use of water responsibility with the hydro resources. I brought here the positive things that the government has done, and we have now the presence of representatives of the government working with us. We have advances, and the assembly of people interested in the same theme contributed to the approval of the environmental VAT, alteration in the law, the legislation of VAT, the principles, and concerning the rules that we have, the percentage, 1%, for environmental indicators, we agreed and increased it to 2%, and the criteria are different now. And the municipal policy of solid waste is changed, is improved, and it also refers to the green area of reforesting. It's another indicator. If we have better result for management of solid waste, and we have a better area, well taken care, will receive more support from the part of the government, guaranteeing, even economically speaking, more return on investment. It's our reality that we have to consider. New Rio Pinheiros, New Pinheiro rivers. It is very significant. We approved and we discussed it deeply to understand the project and to understand the guarantees we could have and tie everything in order to give the authorization from the part of our legislative office. And so the parliamentary front also approved it. It's a reality, it's possible, and it's cool, in my opinion. Most of it refers to treatment of wastewater. So there were people that were not served by wastewater treatment, and now they are. So the river is cleaner, life is more dignified. Another point I like to mention is the Brau project. It is inserted and linked to the forest code, to reforesting in the rural areas. It's a theme that is over 10 years of discussion between rural sector and environmental sectors. And we know, I have this perspective, that what do we have to do and who we have to contact, who is responsible concerning deforesting in the state of São Paulo. It's not accepted to discuss something that should be already settled. We have to plant trees, we have to do the reforesting. So the highest number that Brazil has reached is 1,200,000 hectares in the area in São Paulo. It's very significant. So, and this program starts now. We have millions and millions of trees planted. It's an effort of regeneration that we are working on. The program nascentes we are proud of. It's monitoring of our water basins, caring about the water in this perspective. We have an amendment in EDS, that's the institute that does the program with IPT, that's the research department of the government. Concerning deforesting in Amazonia, we use the same rule for the water basins in the state of São Paulo. We have a partnership with CIMA and the Institute of Environment in the state of São Paulo and with the civil society. We are taking care of it and we want to preserve our forests. I have some analyses that are criticisms. We could have improved concerning the agreements we had. In fact, we have commitments with a new sustainable model. It does not have to be parallel, it has to be transversal. We have tax incentives in the state of São Paulo, but we know that it does not help jobs. It does not have an economy in long-term view. And in terms of carbon saving, it refers to use of petrol and more greenhouse emissions. That we are giving incentive using the money in the wrong direction. What's the guarantee that the automobile manufacturers have if they invest in electric cars? That's a discussion. There is a veto going on. We are against some articulations. We want the regulation of the new landmark. It was the competence of the states. And we had to regionalize the areas in order to go ahead in partnership, in commitments with the state of São Paulo in terms of basic and correct development of our evolution and progress concerning climate change and the area development. So in fact, you have a big confusion, legally speaking, and in terms of territory. It is a big struggle and brings a complexity to the units in general. And we also have an important presence with resistance. We eliminated an institute that was an organization in the state of São Paulo, and it was very sad because it was important for the state of São Paulo. So it was wrong. So our experience with Italisa, we use it in the space of public policy construction, and we have several events concerning fauna and flora, and we have to consider all the public policies in this sense, using the government. Bringing some examples to you. We have meetings, periodical meetings with the presence of other groups. Let's see what happened on the last 10 years of state policy. In fact, what we have as a reality, it's a bill that was not passed concerning greenhouse gases, quality of air, So we took the project again, discussed it again, tried the bill again, and now, right now, the Secretariat is having an open hearing concerning the gradual plan to combat the policies that are against the reforestation, etc. You can take part in it. Just visit the website. And so it's about climate change. It is one of the main things that we have to know to combat what's against it. Adaptation is key. We have to adapt to the one we already have. The projects that have not been discussed. When we have breathing, etc., when we have drizzle, things that we have to discuss. We have to discuss what kind of world we want, what climate we want, to bring the regard to the indigenous people, the minorities, find solutions, women. In our agenda, briefly, we've done an inventory that is important. In October last year, with the state, integrated plan to combat fire, planning to combat several fires we had over the last years, where we could have more strategical plans with better inventory to be a protagonist of a combat to fire. They are bad for human health and for the environment. And then sharing with you, that's what I wanted to share with you, is here on the screen my thanks to you all, to the state of São Paulo, understanding that we are responsible, we have to go ahead in this climate change, looking for the right sustainable model with partnership with the government. If we are required to be the opposition, we will be the opposition. We have to take the right way with sustainability in terms of environment. Thank you. Thank you very much for the considerations, for the cooperation. Now we will listen to Tripoli, the representative.
Só um momento, por favor, o áudio não está chegando. Agora sim.
Estão me ouvindo?
Sim.
Boa tarde a todos. Primeiro, agradecer o convite que a secretária Marta Suplicy me fez. Não só agradecer pelo convite, mas agradecer pelo empenho que ela vem tendo nessa frente da sustentabilidade.
What she can see in the sustainability and
disso, mas nesse momento ela tem sido
We are now
muito
having
forte, muito firme.
Online transmission. Now we have the signal, and we're talking about the targets to progress in the urgent moment we are. Marine Lu, that is an admirable person. I like her work. It's very important in the state office, and also the other colleagues making this table in the state of São Paulo. We have many actions in relation to environment, and we have to talk a little bit about the conditions of what we are doing along the 4 years. I'm part of the Healthcare Committee, and I am a president for 4 years of the Extraordinary Commission concerning environment.
para que a gente possa escutar as pessoas, principalmente. Os projetos, as comissões ordinárias.
The project in the ordinary commissions, we talk about this a little bit, is to clarify the population a little bit more. All the projects that are registered or not, is the conditions to be first approved, to be sent to the plenary in first and second voting. Then if it's approved, it goes to the mayor, and if it's not approved, it goes back to redo the project. Not to present. The Health Commission is ordinary commission. All the projects have to go through that. For environment, it works much better to bring the impact. About 15 or 20 days ago, we invited Oceania to present a work that they did in the issue of throwing away the waste in plastic throughout the world. They brought us a lot of information, a trail of dirt, and I'm going to suggest a reading in a while. I'll give the name of the book. Oceana presented a report about the ocean. It was a deep project, study, a survey in the whole world to understand what is happening in the oceans of the planet. I did some laws that were approved, 3 laws which are very important. The law of not doing plastic straws for drinking, and cups, knives and forks in plastic. And the last one, that all the commercial places, they should serve filtered water for the clients, so that the customer can drink it in glass cups. So everybody in the restaurants and hotels, they can ask for the water of the house, and they can serve that to the customers and to the employees. And it's very important that we don't use plastic cups anymore for water. The compromise to decrease the use that was imposed by the environmental, by UNA. It's the only city in Latin America, in Brazil, that signed, some multinational industries signed it, but it would be very good that the state and Brazil would sign this compromise, so that we would have guidance, especially in São Paulo, to diminish the residues in this line. I got an information these days about indications of environmental world from IMURB, is the sector that regulates that in Brazil. They received indication about composting. Lots of good things are happening here in São Paulo city, and few people know about it. We have to see a way to disclose this, because good actions bring new actions. So we have to think about how to change our behavior and the habits we have to change. We were trained and taught to consume, and we consume very wrongly. I wasn't born knowing that. I came to learn it very late. And I'm a family of environmental people, and more than 40 years hearing this from my family. We have to recycle, we have to composting, and a lot of this evolved and is happening now. When we talk about this subject in anywhere you go, everybody's talking about it at the moment. And there's an urgency to decrease our waste. The planet is very fast. We see the oceans where we have a continent of plastic which are on the surface of the water. We know that this was found in the lungs of the sea world. We have a lot of problems to face, but we have to speak about good things that are happening and the conditions that may be a way for us to expand this subject. I say that today we have to talk about this subject in all the areas with friends in environment. We have to change our habits and then try to take this to the people that live with us, that are around us, the neighbors, the streets, our city. So I think that the commissions are very important so that we will take the novelty of this subject for everybody and how we can change all this. I heard Marina saying about this. When there is a flood because of the rain, it's happening completely out of normal, independently of normal thing. But we saw already a great peak in this sense. And when we have a very strong rain in the city of São Paulo, the water comes up, the floods, it ruins your furniture, and part of these people, they say that the city hall didn't clean the small rivers. I've been following up on this. What we don't throw away, we consume in the streets. Just showing the executive part.
Continue.
There has been a small problem in the transmission, but it's going on. This is a very important subject and a very important event, and we should be connected to that. We're doing the incredible work. I want to participate. I want to know what's happening in the world so that we can bring the new things to São Paulo and take what São Paulo has in novelties for the rest of the planet. In the composting, recycling, it's a very nice work we are doing, and we have to continue it. And what we need also is to understand and convince the industry to change their design. beside the citizen and the civil society, when they buy something, reduce the consume, buy less, we are very consuming people. And besides that we can consume besides the necessary to see what's possible to recycle, what was recycled already, and take your own bags to the supermarket, backpack, so you don't consume so much plastic. We can do that very well. Maybe in the beginning it's a little bit difficult, but if you develop this habit, you get used to it, and then you develop new habits. And the children that they come with a new chip with 4.0, and it's easy for them to learn that and see how we can educate these children for this to start in this classroom, so that the children learn very early, and so that they don't go through this problem when they grow up, like we are having now. What we did and the people before us were doing. As I said, this talk can go very far, and there are a lot of errors there in function of the climate, of the rivers, and we don't have a unique solution. Recycling will solve this. Composting will solve this. No, we have to expand this subject so that everybody, in the minimum detail, anybody who throws a paper on the floor, anything. I find it very strange when I go to the bakery, buy some bread, I buy a couple of items. They ask me, do you want a plastic bag? I say, no, I can take it in my hand. I don't need a bag to take this with me. I buy very little things. So we have to develop this habit. And I would like to just end it by saying Pan Clima in São Paulo that I received from Eduardo de Castro these days. I suggest that you can you see this box I'm holding up? Look, it's a lesson. You can see everything in this guide. A lot of information. And I think the Secretary Marta Suplicy, she covers all the secretaries, all the legislation in the state of São Paulo, so that we have a junction. We don't have an adversary. We don't fight with anybody. It's us who have to do this. We have to expand the environmental conscience in your house, internally, on your street, in your neighborhood, in the mayor, in the city hall. Thank you very much being with you, and will pay attention so that we can do something all together in benefit of the city and for the future generations. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado ao vereador Chechel Trípoli. Nós estamos com dificuldade de conexão com o vereador Dr. Paulo Frange, mas conseguimos agora reconectar. Por favor, vereador, faça uma fala para nós de 4 minutos para encerrarmos essa pré-conferência.
Now we give the floor to the representative Paulo Frange, and he will have 5 minutes to give us a message. I want to talk the subject about urban problems, to see the solutions for the community, especially for society. It presents the society to cover the needs of the citizens. There's no doubt that we have to deal with this for all the country and responsibility. I want to talk about our role here in São Paulo. We are commemorating 50 years of strategy plan for São Paulo. This is for the industry and special areas with no participation of nothing. We didn't know about this subject. After 88, the first plan by Jânio Quadros, it went through resources with nothing. It didn't start. The first plan of strategy objective was in 2002 and 2004 with Marta Suplicy. Then we had a direction for 30 or 31 sub-mayors treating the soil. We were dealing with distribution of the areas that we were dealing, peripheral areas that had rain problems. There was a great advance because in 2001 we received the greatest present in our history, it's a mark in our society, in legislation. But in 2014, the strategic plan was differentiated, and the information of the previous plan had a great participation of society, and this participation showed all the needs of the society, mainly dealing with environment. São Paulo is becoming green. Everything was dealt with in that area in that moment. And we talk in 2016. We went through 114 places. Thousands of people were, hundreds of people were in this debate, more than 100 people. And after this sanitation, more than 1,000 people participated, an extraordinary number of contributions. This mark for our strategic plan of zoning is present. It's the revision foreseen for 2021. It took 50 years from the first plan. Executive is doing this in the next 2 months, certainly. What was defined that can change and change a lot drastically in São Paulo in reference to climate, mobility, and sustainability. The demarcations of the city by axles, and 6% of its territory was to transform the terrain in a green area throughout the axles of metro buses, in the corridors of metro buses. And this made the worker that uses the transport become more close to each other. And these axles are activated because the metro, the train, and the buses. They're bus corridors. And now, in time, we have new stations for metro line, especially in the municipality of São Paulo. This made easier and decreased the time the people who stayed in buses going to work and coming back. It improves their quality of life, and the emission of carbons was decreased. The city facilitated also commercially to sub-axle. In 8% of the territory, now it's 6% of axles, 8% of sub-axles. In these areas, the buses go through the line on the right-hand side. So the human mobility in the state of São Paulo is more clear. The revision we're going to see now, one of the great points to be treated is the bettering the centers so that we can produce more employments and depend less on the transportation, so they can work closer to their homes. And there are many other situations that were constructed in this period that is still being discussed. The planet are being strategic, and we have a rural part with better definition, and the territory of São Paulo has 11.7% in special zones with the interest, another 8.8% of special type 1, where we don't have problems with the rain. Yesterday we talked about this project to accelerate this quality of life and what comes with it, to put into liberty with all this directory. This will facilitate and qualify the city. In reference to the basic sanitation, the goals which are foreseen, we have a percentage of drinking water and sewerage which is much more comfortable. And revision of the master plan might get us closer of the wish of a more sustainable city and for a better quality of human life. We are in the line of buses with electric energy and non-fossil. This certainly will happen at this moment. So we have covered our role there. As we are in this environment that we are talking about this, to be able to value the figure of the person who works in this, there are clear rules to be rational with the urban situation. All this is very important, and we are dealing with it. The strategic master plan 2014, we increased the areas, the green areas. You have government, you have 1 minute to conclude. And we also are marking these areas of social interest. What we see now for São Paulo City, we have a clear legislation to rule the antennas in the state of São Paulo, making internet easier, expanding this distribution, and treating the territories where there's health issues and so on. To get
in the extremes of the city, it represents the right of the collectivity and the connection of this population that was excluded along the time. So we'll have better quality in terms of environment. And for sure, this COP26 and this Pré Cop in São Paulo is improving the quality. Of course, to foster what is happening here, we see that we have to put in practice this technology and add value to life quality of São Paulo people. I thank for the invitation. And sorry, we have technical difficulties. We do not get the connection in time. And it's very good to talk about the new urban policies. And thank you, Representative Paulo Francis, and I invite the Deputy Special Assistant of Executive Secretary Carlos Fernandes, Daniela Silveira, that will talk on behalf of the Secretary Carlos Fernandes.
Boa tarde a todos.
Afternoon, everyone.
É com imenso prazer que eu
It's an
agradeço
enormous
deputada
pleasure
pela
to be
presença,
here,
aos
the
vereadores que
presence
entraram
of the
online
representatives that
conosco.
were
Eu quero agradecer a
online
cada
with
que
us.
vieram
I thank
participar
everyone
conosco
that's
de forma
taking part,
presencial, a todos os
presentially or not.
internautas. Nós tivemos mais
And
de
we
800 acessos.
Everybody,
O
we
Zoom,
had
ele
more
teve
than
cheio
800
durante os 2 dias,
accesses.
com
The
150
2
pessoas lá
days,
que vão ser
150
certificadas
people
pela
there that
participação
will
na
receive the
conferência. Você que
certificate
participou
and
conosco
participation in
presencial
the
também vai
conference.
receber o seu
So you're
certificado.
going to receive
Então,
your
nós
certificate.
queremos
You're taking part.
agradecê-los.
We thank you.
Agradecê-los por
We
estarem
thank you for
engajados
being
na causa
engaged
ambiental da
in this
cidade de São Paulo,
environmental case
na questão
in São
ambiental
Paulo, in the
de onde
environment.
vivemos, não é verdade? E
The place
agradecer
we
a
live,
todos os
and we
painelistas que
thank
estiveram
all the
presentes,
panelists
as
that were here,
secretarias que
to the
enviaram,
secretariats that
enfim,
sent the representatives to
os seus
participate.
representantes.
And
Agradecer
we
também
thank
imensamente
immensely
a Secretaria de Relações
the
Internacionais,
International
a
Relations
secretária
Secretary
Marta,
Marta
ao secretário
Suplicy
executivo Carlos Fernandes,
and
que
Carlos
não pôde
Fernandes,
estar
Executive
conosco,
Secretary, that's
que
not with
ajudou
us,
na
but helped.
na verdade, ele foi o grande
And he
idealizador
was
disso
the
tudo
one
junto
that
conosco. Então, assim,
has prepared
quero
everything with
agradecer,
us.
deixar aqui os
I
mais sinceros
thank my
agradecimentos a
sincere,
todos vocês. E agora eu quero
from the
convidar
bottom
vocês
of
para
my
tomarem um
heart,
café
my
conosco.
sincere
Então,
thanks, and now we
encerramos por aqui a
invite
nossa
you
Pré-COP26.
to
Muito obrigada a
take
todos. Nossa chefe
a
de
break
gabinete
with
também
us,
está
have
ali.
some coffee,
Ana,
and we
obrigada.
thank
Enfim,
Anna
agradecer a
and
todos. Muito
everybody
obrigada.
for the participation. Thank you very much.